best. Like this. But that's just me being terrible at aiming. And I tried to hit both of them at the same time. They did not want to line up like that. Maybe if I was better. You loved this game as a kid when you saw 217 damage. Yep, we are basically in the end stages of the 100% run. Just doing weapon grinding. Maybe I should do like a explanation thingy. A scripted one, so we can just link that whenever that question might come up, because it will likely come up again. Twitch is twitching? Uh-oh. I have 0 dropped frames, but last time Twitch was twitching, we basically started having the VOD split in half. So if it's split in half, sorry? Not much I can do about that. Are we still live? Are we still there? My OBS says I'm live. I mean, worst case scenario, you're not really missing much of any action. Just weapon grinding. Stream was just off for a second. That's so weird. No frame drops reported in my OBS. Thank you for letting me know that. And JP Erics, thank you. Thank you so much for 27 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. You just checked it, they split the VOD. It's annoying. Oh well. Hey look, the boomerang is gone. Now it's back. So whenever the boomerang just kind of goes off screen, you literally can't use it anymore. But the funny thing is, you can actually start running while the boomerang is still flying. But you do start, like basically, you can do slide optimizations, you can start running towards the boomerang, because after throwing the boomerang, you don't actually lose your stamina yet, so you can start running in the other direction. It's kinda weird. Right there. We lost the boomerang, and there it's back. It sometimes decides to travel once around the world. I do not know why or how that happens, it just happens. Did I already level up and just didn't notice? I did level up, that actually was a lot of wasted experience right there. And we're gonna level up the bow. Level 6 bow is the last thing the sprite will need at this point. So actually the bow needs to get something else. Oh, the bow is actually done with the bow anyway, so... I guess you get... The bow... Actually, yeah, it's just exchange weapons. That's good. Perfect. So one thing I always found to be interesting is, like, there's relatively clear weapon preferences for me personally as to which one I think is the better weapon. But at the same time, there's like different bits and pieces where weapons are more or less useful compared to other weapons. So it's not always a clear cut. Plus, especially if you're playing this game co-op, you have 3 characters. So each one of them kinda needs a weapon. So if you want to just have everybody with ranged weapons, you do still have a decent selection of them, but each one of them will get some use. So to me that is quite interesting, because you cannot all have the same weapon unless you use glitches. You can actually equip the same weapon with everybody if you use glitches. But besides that... Breaking new UFO... Oh, breaking news. New UFO sightings in Potus Village. Unfriendly objects? There's a lot of unfriendly objects, really. So technically, if you wanna be precise, the whip is actually a long-range melee weapon, rather than a ranged weapon. And the reason why I make that distinction is, if an enemy is at a different elevation, you cannot hit them with the whip. But you can hit them with the javelin, the bow, and the boomerang. Most of the time. Sometimes the boomerang is weird, like the spiky tiger, you cannot hit it on the side towers for whatever reason. I do not know why. But the boomerang just doesn't work with that. So yeah, my personal favorite for ranged projectile weapon is kind of a toss-up between the boomerang and the javelin. The boomerang, because it does have certain charge attack levels where you attack twice. One melee attack and one ranged attack. Technically javelin has like the level 5 or the level 6 charge attack that also has a melee potion to it, but that's kind of unusual to use. Oh my goodness. But yeah, you can see why boomerang, the bone might not be my favorite. Good morning, grizzly old man. I hope you're doing well. Oh my goodness. Bow always felt clunky too in this game, right? It does have a really nice standard range, but because of how the projectile is not particularly easy to use, especially in close range combat like this, and enemies sometimes wiggling around quite a bit. It is a bit awkward. It does have its uses, but it's kind of specific. Am I on hour 23? Not in one sitting anymore, but previous years I've done this in one sitting, yes. This year I've gotten poor enough luck that I decided it was healthier for me to split it into 2 parts. Because I was prepared to go up to 24 hours, but it looks like this is going to go a fair bit longer than that. Because I couldn't start the weapon grinding and other grinding. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, everyone outside and in between those definitions, please make sure that you hide your wallet, hide your food, hide your shoes, hide anything that just remotely smells like food, could be considered food or is just about bite size for a rabbit, because the Harambe Parade has arrived. It's likely that you have no more sandwiches or, well, anything that really smells remotely like food, even perfume. They're just gonna eat everything. Rump rump. And they're gone. Bye. Rump. Not the food bugs, you put your vampire capes in there. Wow. All the vampire capes eaten. Because apparently they taste pretty good, according to the rabbit, maybe? I don't know what rabbits do with vampire capes. Maybe we should try. But yeah. Please make sure to feed the local rabbit a bit more, because I'm pretty sure the food box is empty by now. By the way, rabbits are these guys here. And whenever they do the Harambe attack, Oh, we didn't hear it. Stop attacking us. There it is, that's the rump sound where the rump comes from. Oh my goodness. Axe is done. Oh, the axe orbs are done, yes. Yes, yes. We've actually gotten pretty decent luck just starting out today. Oh, speaking of axe, axe is indeed done. Switching over to... Actually, I guess the ladies... It's the lady's turn to pack out the bow and the Excalibur. She actually cannot level up anything more, aside from the weapons we want to level up already. How far are you with the bow? Just 4. So actually what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over. Give the sprite the axe and the lady this and start attacking with the sword. Actually we could use the bow first, but the sword has a more clearly defined goal and it's more easy to use. Up to level 5 with the sword and then up to level 5 with the bow. Also, how much more does the boy need anyways? The boomerang is about to reach, so basically, quite a bit. Rumpy's weapon skill levels up, boomerang to level 8. Did we upgrade the sword? Yes. Up to level 5 is fine, because you still get 4 weapon experience, halved because enemies are 2 level, and then halved because you distribute to the allies. So you still distribute the same amount of weapon experience to the allies at level 5 as you do at level 2. Which somebody already pointed out last time, which I kind of forgot, to be honest, beforehand. I wish I knew who that pointed that out so I could give them credit. But yes. Yeah, the soft lock, I will say, was probably half an hour of weapon grinding that was lost. Because I'm a dingus. I died on the way out from the Frost Gigas, which was probably like 20-ish minutes. More like 15, I guess. And then... there was another death somewhere. Oh yeah, we actually died in the ruins to a crawly. That was probably another, like, half hour or more of progress lost there. But at the same time, the big show stealer was really just the fascinating amount of luck how many chests we needed to get the rare drops at times. Like, it was pretty much consistently well above the expected amount of chests to open before we get the rare drop. And some of them went into pretty crazy territory for how many chests it was. Which again, I think is fascinating. The problem, of course, is that it was just gonna take a really long time at that point. So we split this into 2. Aw, I'm glad you like those, Wrecking Crew. And welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. Now, as I mentioned earlier, but I'm mentioning it again because there might be a few people here. I think I actually would have a better solution to this now than I did last, well, at the end. So what I should have done is I should have just gone for the remaining weapon orb drops and just grinded those out. And then just not done the weapon leveling at that point. Because I feel like that would have been a more satisfying end to just get all the rare drops at least, and go and defeat the mana beast than just stopping. At least for me at the time, because now I had to wait an entire week until I could continue. I think you asked last time. Is there any way to see time played in this game or the save? I do not think there is. I might be mistaken. There is an amount of times you have, I think, saved in one of the variables that is displayed on the save file, which I think caps out at 99. I mean, I would have to specifically look, but I think that's how it is. Sword is level 4. Just one more level. Then she is 5. Alright, how much do you have your boomerang? Oh, your boomerang is done. You want the axe now, huh? Actually, the boy is done except for the claw, which we need the orb for still, and the axe at this point. But the sprite also doesn't need a whole lot more aside from the axe, so... I guess we can give the sprite the boomerang. Or the javelin. So we're gonna do that. Give you the boomerang back. Actually, yeah, just exchange it, that's fine. That is okay. The quicker we have one character maxed out on weapon levels with the current setup that we have, the quicker we can go for... Don't hit those. The quicker we can go for that character just boosting the other two. And it looks like the boy is going to reach that reasonably soon. No, don't hit those. Hello! Welcome to you, Nonstop. I hope you're doing well. Is this the SNS Mini or actually SNS? This is on the SNS Mini. I prefer the SNS Mini version because the built-in emulator for the SNS Mini actually reduces the flashing via, I don't know, script insert or inject or whatever they are doing. Which is much more pleasant on the eyes whenever there's like various cutscenes where it's just really a lot of screen flashing. Aside from that, by the way, it's literally just the emulator that plays on the SNES Mini that has the differences. The ROM itself for A Secret of Mana on the SNES Mini is the exact same as any regular old SNES cartridge. Hello, welcome to you, Nonstop. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean, I personally don't really have too many issues with flashing lights either, aside from it just being inconvenient. But I know there's enough people that are reasonably sensitive to it that if I have the option to play the version that, you know, just doesn't do that, then I think that is the way to go. Sword reaches level 5, alright. Your sword is 5, so I guess we're just gonna go with the annoying bow. Someday I'll learn to scroll in the correct direction in the menu. Boomerang level 7. Wrong way. Works for menu too, it does. Alright, let's actually briefly check. How much more do you need? Okay, we need 1 level in the bow, plus... Actually, let me think about this. How much experience do you distribute? From level 1... from level 0 to level 2, you distribute... a full weapon... Actually... You kill 25 enemies. And each time for... Oh yeah. So this is actually 100 weapon experience from level 0 to level 2. You distribute to the allies. So it's going to be basically, technically, 2 full... Or basically just from level 0 to level 2, up to 8.99 on the characters. But for us it's gonna be once the lady reaches level 2 on the bow. The game says arrow, but I say bow. It's probably going to be about 20 more kills until the boy maxes out his axe. At which point we probably go and hunt for the last weapon orb, honestly. That way we will be able to go for all the things. Arrow level 2. Always found it to be fascinating that it says arrow levels up rather than the bow. It's kind of weird to me. Leveling arrows would be terrible. You either pick it up or have to start over from 0 each time. Right? What if the enemy doesn't die in one arrow shot? You just need to level up a new one to go and hunt it down afterwards. Or do you pick it out of the enemy before you can shoot it again? Or maybe you shoot the arrow while it is still stuck in the enemy. So you shoot the enemy at another enemy. Bowling. 70! 70 years. Wow, you're old, Ghost Eye. Sorry. Ghost Eye, thank you so much for 70 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Also, that's with tier 3. That's crazy, dude. Oh my goodness. Alright, there is bow level 3. It's a bunch more kills. Actually, the sprite just leveled it up. Let's see. We need to kill 50 enemies each. Actually, as soon as the bow goes to level 5, the sprite will be done with the boomerang, approximately. I think the boy literally doesn't have anything to level up anymore once he's done with the axe. Actually, he can level up the sword a little bit. So I'm gonna give him the sword. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. This should level up the boy up to 8.99 on all weapons except the claw, sword, and whip. So he can actually go aggressive now. This is fine now. He wants to kill stuff, that is okay. Because he will distribute now weapon experience over to the other characters. Technically I would still prefer if the lady gets the kills, but considering how awkward it is to hit enemies with bows, it might just be more efficient to do this with the boy hitting stuff as well. Plus I can just kind of split tasks. The sprite gets a kill, that's inefficient, because that's 0 experience for everybody. Grimy raid! This isn't the desert or ice country. Weird. I was considering running in circles in the ice country. Because nice music. What are you doing at the start of the game at max level? So basically, it does not matter which enemies I kill, because I'm trying to get weapon experience here. And all enemies in the entire game are lower level than me, which no matter what I kill, I get half the weapon experience. So the only determining factor how much weapon experience you get is how high level the enemy is, and how high level you are. We're level 99, the highest level enemy is like level 70 or something, the Terminator. So we are always going to get half the weapon experience at this point. So we might as well go to enemies that are both plentiful, as well as an easy one-shot each time. We need to make a tool-assisted speedrun to optimize this run. It should only take us 20 years to finish it. Honestly, if we make a tool-assisted speedrun, we're going to make a 1-player 2-controller or 3-controller run instead. Because I've started one at some point, but it's a lot of work. Especially, I think I would need to develop tools for crits and stuff, especially if I want to play on not SNES 9X. Because there's like a gigantic Lua script that does a lot of the legwork for all sorts of things by HHS on the TAS videos forums, but it is for SNES 9X, and it's not as accurate as BlizzHawk, so to speak. Right, the sprite might have reached... Not that one. 819. Oh, just 12 more kills for the sprite. Then we give the sprite the axe back. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel, and welcome to Aigara. I hope you're doing well. Missed. No, Sprite, you shouldn't attack. Come on. You're set to passive. Okay, this is probably enough for the Sprite to max out. Alrighty, so go back to the X for the Sprite. To max this out as well. Honestly, I might have underestimated how much weapon experience we have gotten along the way, as well as spell experience. So this might not be as long as I anticipated. But we'll see. This is not the most intriguing part of the run. Which is why, if you are ever trying to do a 100% run, I personally recommend... Don't worry about weapon or spell leveling. Just maybe do that once, ever, and then any subsequent run you do, just do it without level grinding. Arrow's level 5. Level 5 is the threshold where I want to switch theoretically. Was it level 5? Yeah, it was level 5. Oh, actually, technically level 6. Never mind. Up to level 6 we're still good. Level 5 is the maximum for the sword, but once we reach level 6, that's when we no longer distribute experience. Alright, Sprite, how far are you now? 6 more enemies. 1, 2, you missed. No, not, yeah, that doesn't count, Sprite. You literally can't kill those, you don't get experience. 2 more, 1 more. This one. Alright, this should do it. Sprite now has 8.99 on this as well. So we give them the Javelin to leech experience on the side here. Now the Sprite actually gets 1 experience each time they kill an enemy until they reach level 8. But I still prefer if they don't get that. And yes, Whip will be the second to last weapon, and then Sword. Honestly, I feel like if you do weapon leveling like planned out properly, you probably don't even need to keep another weapon at the lowest level. Because it looks like, at least for now, we're kind of actually pretty good on weapon leveling for the most part. Then again, I did use the Whip in a bunch of the level grinds or weapon orb grinds already, so... Well, actually that probably counts into it as well quite a bit. Also, we could set up a prediction. We need 1 more weapon orbs. And as a reminder, it is just under an 11% chance every time we open up a chest to get the rare drop that we are looking for. So, we could set up a prediction and basically ask, how many chests do you think we need in order to get it? So 10 or less should be one option. we should have another option for 11 to 20, and then the last one should be more than 20. Somebody else to set that up. Alright, bow is now not maxed, but I guess as maxed as we can get it. So we're actually going to just get the sword to level 5 at this point. What level is it, boy? 4. Does 8.99 actually do anything gameplay-wise? Yes and no. Theoretically yes, but practically no. Let me explain. Basically, for anything that you use the weapons for, it doesn't really do anything. Theoretically, there is a very slight difference in how much damage output maximum you technically have against the mana beast if you level up all the weapons up to 8.99 specifically on the boy, and then cast the mana sword spell onto the boy from the lady and the sprite. Because the mana sword spell actually gives you a damage boost based on your secondary weapons levels. So even if you have like never used the sword with the boy throughout the entirety of the game, all the other experience from those weapons will help you deal more damage to the mana beast. But that is very specifically tied to the mana sword spell and the mana beast. Also, we're done here for now. Also, I forgot to greenify the X on my layout. Sorry about that. So yeah, very specifically, it technically increases the damage against the mana beast, but the reason why it practically doesn't make a difference is because after you have like 3 weapons to maximum, or actually even just a bunch of weapons up to 0.99 for other reasons, you cap out your damage at 999 anyways. So you basically can't do any more damage because of the damage cap. So theoretically there is one very small gameplay difference, but practically not really. But yeah. By the way, the mana sword has double the attack power compared to any other weapon in the game. But also it gives you, I think, +5 to all stats, which is pretty crazy good. But also, it never misses. And if you ever see a 1-player 2 controller speedrun, the reason why we get the mana sword in the end, even though the damage is the exact same for the purposes of how 1-player 2 controller operates, it just never misses. So every weapon at this point we will still have like a decent chance to straight up miss the mana beast, because the game decides that you miss. It's a dice roll that is hidden, the game doesn't let you know about it, which is why a lot of people think the Secret of Mana has terrible hitboxes. So Secret of Mana does often have very questionable hitboxes, just not for the reason they think of it, because there's just that dice roll that determines whether you hit or not. Let me set up the prediction with a 2-minute timer then. I'm gonna briefly take a break before I start. I need to go to the bathroom real quick, so we can let the prediction run out. Thank you, Quadlight. I completely forgot about the prediction already. My brain is horrible. Also, enjoy the Mana Fortress music. Leave time for love. I think that's the name. Alrighty. Quick break, everybody. Gonna get up, stretch, walk around, because I expect this to take a while, but if the Axe Orb is anything to go by, maybe my luck is back to usual? We'll see. Be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's go. So, we need a 1 in 16 chance to drop a chest from a werewolf, or wolf lord they're called in the Mana Fortress here, and we're gonna try and level up weapons along the way. But the boy has basically maxed out every weapon already anyways, so we're going to give the sprite and the lady some weapons that can benefit from a leeching experience. So for the sprite this is gonna be the spear, or the javelin I guess it's called. And for the lady I think the bow is still in need of some experience. Yeah, we just leave her on the bow. And we have a 1 in 16 chance for a chest to drop from each individual enemy we kill. And then we have a 7 in 64 chance, aka just around 11% to get the rare drop from the chest. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to knock out this wolf here. And trying to spawn them. So trying to spawn these werewolves so the other enemies don't just block the spawns, because there can only be 3 enemies at a time active at any given point, is kinda tricky and finicky. I should not attack this quickly. Also, I gave the boy specifically equipment piece that prevents being burned. So there's 2 werewolf kills right here, no chest so far. And yeah, this is what we're gonna be doing. To my knowledge, this is probably the most efficient place to grind out the weapons. Plus we're getting experience for the secondary weapons too. This is all characters max equipped weapons. Yes, it will be. It's not yet. But that's the plan. He's actually gonna target somebody else for once. Rude. Also, that is the wrong enemy to drop a chest. That chest, by the way, is blocking more spawns from more enemies. Alrighty, by the way, I use petrification weapons on the boy specifically because an enemy petrified or a character petrified loses half of their current HP. It's not just stun locking them, but also removing half of the HP, which is pretty crazy, honestly. And on top of that, the damage is applied after the HP is removed from the half. So effectively I only have to deal half as much damage if the enemy gets petrified. Which is really, really good overall. For just kind of efficiency. Also, in case you're wondering, elemental weapons don't deal actually elemental damage in Seeker of Mana. Like, if you equip a weapon that deals, or well, cast fire weapon on your sword. That's inconvenient. If you cast fire weapon on your sword, it doesn't actually deal fire damage, it just deals slightly increased damage based on your weapon level. Which, to be fair, at level 8, that is actually quite a decent amount of damage increase. And Moon Energy gives me guaranteed critical hits whenever I hit an enemy for 9 or 10 attacks. I think it depends on whether we get the level 8 spell animation or the level 7. Why does the Ice Gigas cast ice on your weapons? Well, I believe the intent was at some point for the ice weapons to deal ice-based damage. But that is practically never implemented, so in fact the Ice Gigas casting ice or Frost Saber on your weapons is actually beneficial. You deal more damage than you did before. And yeah, he doesn't know. And yes, they did fix that in the remake. You don't deal double damage like you do with other elements, but you do get a slight, like, I think it is like a 10 or 20% damage boost. I don't know the exact number, but it does work in the remake. Fuzzle friends. Hey, Fuzzle brought pizza. Have you seen all the pizza Fuzzle can bring already? There's some interesting pizza there, let's put it this way. Any chest yet? No, actually, no chest yet. Oh, there's one chest, number 1. Nope, we did not get it. It would lock me into place for... oh wait. No, 8 out of 8. It would lock me into place for longer. So there we are. 1. Normally use them. Hello, welcome to U-Square. I hope you're doing well. Is it too much to ask for an on-screen counter? It is actually quite a bit more overhead work that I would probably forget about. So maybe for another year, if I remember. Or maybe if, like, the bot could count and we could have people in chat add and subtract. Kind of finicky to try and manipulate the spawns. You normally use them when the chat is super good. It helps me keep track of where you are in the chat. I feel like I missed part of the conversation there. Oh, chest number 2. Fairy ring won't fit. Oh, chest number 3. Fairy ring won't fit. Oh, roll a d20. Alright, hang on. That's my d20. Did I put it back? I put it back. Alright. Eight for you, Skister. And Runeseeker also rolls a d20. 9. Okay. As usual, if you would like me to re-roll your dice roll, you have 1 luck point per day. Your bot uses a subset of 6502 CPU commands, so you use that as a counter. That makes sense. Alright, Sabletoothed. Roll a d20. 16. Pretty good. You can still try to re-roll it. With luck you can then take whatever roll you want. You can even take the lower one if you want. You'll use your luck to roll. Alrighty, Rune Seeker. Your next roll is... Hang on. And again. 14. That looks a little bit better. Pizza looked terrible. Hey. What did you expect? Sometimes Fussel brings you interesting things. Oh, chest number next. 4, I think. Oh, wow, we already got it? Really? Only 4? I guess we're back to normal luck, huh? Alrighty. That's a thing, I guess. And with this, we have all of the orbs complete. Which means we just have weapon leveling and magic leveling to do at this point. That was way too quick. As I've mentioned before, I actually kind of enjoy these kinds of grinds because... I don't know. I just do. GG to the winners. Thank you for participating. I really appreciate it. Even at 11% drop from masters, you have better than half a chance for drop by the 6th sample. Better than half, really? I thought it was like about 63% when you have the expected drop rate. We're not at the expected drop rate yet, are we? Oh wait. No, you're right. Alright, wait. I'm not sure. Please let me go. Oh, Cruel, thank you! Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for the rate and the host, Cruel. I really appreciate that. And welcome to Seeker of Mana 100% completion, because with how it was looking last time, it honestly did not look too good for us to be able to finish this in one reasonable sitting. So I decided to cut it into 2 pieces. Oh, enjoy dinner, thank you, have a good time, and enjoy your meal. For anybody who might have come with Cruel, what were they streaming? Hello and welcome. Because... Wait, don't you do Pokemon stuff? You do a lot of Pokemon stuff, don't you? I was just curious whether you also do competitive, but dinner. Enjoy dinner. 49. It's a, oh, interesting. I didn't realize it was already coin flipped by number 6. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, with achievements. Oh, neat. That sounds kind of nice. Alright, enjoy your dinner. Thank you so much. Make sure to check out Cruel for Phoenix Wright. Nothing Pokemon. Sometimes. Alrighty, so with this we can level up the claw up to 8.9 ice as well. Of course we have maxed out money. Because why wouldn't we? Aura Glove acquired. Time to change the frame in celebration. I guess we sure, we can do that. Which one would you like? So you're telling me I should have chosen the numbers differently? You just want to change. Alright. Change the frame. Because why not? is a very casual run at this point anyways. You know, I never used these pipes here. Could also give them like a slightly different background, but anything that isn't just dark blue is kinda hard to read, honestly. We can make dark purple, I guess. Alright, now, let's see. What are our goals? The boy needs to get the Aura Glove up to 8.99 and then can start distributing weapon experience to the allies. So that's gonna be my first goal for the boy specifically. The lady is currently... What do you have equipped anyways? The bow. Your bow needs quite a bit more. But after the bow is actually also only the glove remaining. Which I think is interesting. We might actually want to upgrade the whip sooner rather than later. Kinda depends on the sprite. Again, there is an optimal way to do this. I do not know how to do this optimally. And the sprite needs to level up quite a bit for the bow still. Until we're level 6 we can still use the bow and then we start splitting experience. Right, so the goal for the plan is for the sprite to... Oh wait, the lady still needs the bow as well, huh? So am I splitting experience already with the sprite? For the sprite, I guess. In this case, what else do you need? You also need the glove and just the bow. So you actually need to just receive experience from the others. So actually, we're gonna have the boy start boosting the other character's experience here. So Javelin up to 8.99. I think this makes sense. I might be goofing this entirely. Wait. Alright, both Javelin and... So that's 50 enemy kills with this. We could also do magic experience leveling before. Oh, by the way, what I also forgot is... Oh no, wait, I did not forget it actually. Character levels at 99. We reached that quite a long time ago. This is not where I meant to land, but it's also not too far. Alrighty, every time the boy kills an enemy, it gives both the sprite and the lady 2 weapon experience. Which means it is 50 weapon experience, 50 enemy kills to level their respective weapons up to 8.99 from 8.00. Enjoy or good luck with the errands. But yeah, the whip is chosen for this because it's a nice and quick attack with an easy reach and good coverage that can sometimes even hit multiple enemies. I just like using the whip. I do not know if that was the best choice, but it actually kind of worked out for grinding out regular enemies even in the Mana Fortress with a level 1 whip. Oh my goodness. You're so glad the remake achievement didn't require this grind. Yeah. I don't care about achievements for games unless I inherently like them and want to have a good reason to just continue playing them. Like, I'm not a completionist at all, which is very convenient, especially with a lot of the achievements nowadays, where it's just like, do this for 20 hours. Do all the side quests. It's like, no, why would you do that? I mean, the reason why you would do that is hopefully because you enjoy it, and not because you feel compelled to do such things to begin with. That rabbit must have fully dodged it. Yep. Maybe I should have left it alive because it deserved it. Also, by the way, because the boy has the highest agility, your stamina regenerates faster as well. I actually did not realize that until quite a long time after, but your stamina regenerates really fast once you have a really high level on various characters. Like, it's quite notable of a difference, but it basically gradually increments so little by little over the course of the game that I did not realize this until Stinger actually told me about it. And I don't even know how exactly the formula works or anything like that. I was just kind of like, my mind is blown after learning that this actually does have an influence on your stamina recovery. Alright, the sprite might have maxed out the glove by now. They didn't need max out the glove, so the sprite just goes to the javelin now. Receiving experience for that one. Once the sprite reaches level 8 javelin, we're gonna check. Because by then the lady probably reached 8.99 on the bow. I think the one achievement that I personally just really didn't like was get all the equipment pieces, because you specifically have to buy them and then like delete them or sell them again in order to have all of them. But it does technically kind of do the equivalent of the thing I do, except that these poor souls that don't realize that you can't easily grind out the Guardian Ring from the Doom Sword or the Amulet Helmet from the National Scar anymore, or there's just one Basilisk remaining in the Mana Fortress. Actually, I suppose that's not even that big of a deal because of how the remake sectioned off the Mana Fortress into tiny pieces. So resetting there is probably a lot easier, huh? Thinking face. Actually, I'm gonna check the sprite right now. Because they need the most still, so wasting weapon experience on the sprite would be a bad idea. Alright. That is 25 more enemies? Actually, that was 24, so it's 22 now. 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, also plus leveling up all the weapons to level 8, that would be maybe reasonable for an achievement. I actually don't know if they changed the level 8.99 shenanigans compared to this game. But you basically couldn't really do that unless you knew how. Oh, it's like 1 or 2 more? One enemy more. There we go. Next you just need the bow. We could technically use the bow to kill stuff too. That is fine. Oh, but the lady still needs to level the bow. Maybe it is time to upgrade the whip now. I think it is time to upgrade the whip now, guys. Wait, you also need the glove. Oh, you're done with the bow. Lady just needs the glove now. And I think it is time to upgrade the whip. Worst case scenario, I'm just gonna be slightly inefficient, but chances are decent that I could have upgraded the whip a while ago. There's an upgrade, buddy. Ah, this one works. Oh yeah, does 100% include truffle? Because we never delivered truffle back home until now. He has been flying around with us for a really long time. Alright, whip upgrade. Alrighty, we have a Gygas flail now. Truffle just chilling in the Mana Fortress for hours. I like to think that he's just continuously flying on Flammy, just flying in circles around wherever we happen to be or something. That's just my mental image. Alrighty. Whip color, by the way, does only adjust once I unequip and equip the whip again. Specifically, if I actually switch the whip from one character to another, the color is still the wrong one. Also, as you can see, we cannot hit enemies that are on a lower level with the whip. We can hit them with the javelin though. This is why I say the whip is a long-range melee weapon, not actually a ranged weapon. Because you can't hit enemies on different elevations. Which is mostly relevant for like Spring Beak, the chicken enemy dude. This would be the part of the run where you keep 2 to 3 save slots in case you mess it up. Yeah, I already confirmed that I didn't mess it up with upgrading the sword, so we're good. Because worst case scenario, it's just gonna be inefficient for me to level up these other weapons with just the sword in tow. But chances are pretty decent that I actually upgraded the whip a bit late here now. Alrighty, Hornby, whip level 2, which means all the experience shared to the allies is now only 1 rather than 2. Your Aura Glove actually needs 50 more enemy kills in that case, and your Javelin needs... Oh, your Javelin is done. Alright, so we go and equip the bow on you, and the bow is gonna stay on you for a while. That's just a you thing, backup, the backup of your backup. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The thing is, 2 of my other save slots, there's only 4 save slots in this game, are also 100% runs from different years. So I kinda wanna keep them, honestly. Then technically I could use the save slot system for the SNES Mini. For the save state system, which I might. I'm pretty sure I upgraded the whip kinda late. Could have probably upgraded it already when you're going for the claw orb. Go for sprite, or are there leveling shenanigans? Nope, I'm just bad at paying attention. I assume that's what you mean. Basically, I can't really keep track of this many numbers without having constant like numbers just to see in front of myself for reference. And if I were to check the things all the time with level 3, then that would be kind of inefficient because it takes time to open up the menu each time. And this is probably the biggest reason why I would kind of need a solid rule of thumb when I need to do what for weapon leveling to optimize it. But also, I haven't exactly put the time into it. Who are we whacking next? Well, there's only really 2 bosses left, which are Dark Lich, also known as Thanatos in the German version, and the Mana Beast afterwards. But we don't get to those until we max out our weapons. So for the lady, we also need to level up a bunch more spells. Maybe I should just open a notepad and have it open on the side. For what we need for those still. Because that was probably 50 enemy kills at this point. It was indeed. So the lady literally has nothing to level anymore. So all the kills I'm doing here are just for the boy and the sprite. I could give her the sword, in case she ever kills anything. But I think it's most efficient for me at this point to just keep hitting enemies with specifically the boy and the whip. Move the whip to the lady. Well, the boy can't really level up anything either anymore, right? Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, the boy's well, actually no. You're right. The boy can go to max out the glove as well. You're correct. So we do this, and we need to make sure that he does not go and attack enemies. So after just 50 enemy kills, the boy's punch weapon is gonna be maxed out too. And this is the part where I realize how much earlier I should have upgraded the whip already. So people could start leveling it up past level 1 and 2. Like, the shared weapon experience is still gonna be fine for specifically the sprite for quite a while. But we're basically going to run into the wall where all the characters need to level up the whip still. And we can't level up the sword until everybody has the whip at 8.99. That's not true, actually. Let me think about this. Everybody gets 2 weapon experience for leveling up the sword, and we can level up the sword 1 more level. So that is 50 experience per character for 1 sword leveled up from 5 to 6. So we can level up 1.5 whips. From 8.00 to 8.99. So basically we want to get everybody's whip to 8.00 and 1.5 of them to 8.99. And then level up the sword, that's the plan. Na, 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 na. Oh yeah, Tantalus is the dude. Level 3 whip. Alrighty, so this is gonna just take a while. Because there's no reason for me to exchange the weapon on the lady to anything other than the whip until she reaches 8.00. And that's gonna take a while. I guess technically speaking what I can do is I can have the sword on the boy and have him on aggressive once he is done with the glove. Because he might just speed up the enemy knockouts a little bit. He is in fact done with the glove, so... Alright. Setting him be back aggressive. And... sword. This way he can also knock out enemies. Actually, right now, it's actually more efficient for me to knock out enemies with specifically the lady, so I don't want him to be aggressive yet, I just realized. Whip level 4. Once we reach level 6, that is when I can set the boy to be aggressive. Also, the sprite will sometime along the way just reach maxed out bow as well, just because... well, that's the nature of the beast. The whip level on the bow is 3.8 something, so he has quite a ways to go as well. And this is kind of the boring part, in the sense where, you know, we're just slowly getting to where we need to go with all the weapon levels. Like it's just a steady grind. Nothing too terribly exciting, because we don't even get to open up chests along the way anymore. Which is honestly my favorite part about doing 100% runs. Is it gonna be this chest? Are we going to get a chest? Like, it's basically just that rate of... it is reasonably possible for each chest, and each enemy has a decent chance for a chest each time we knock out one. That... I don't know, I just like it. So once the whip gets to level 6, wouldn't it be better to switch the boy to weapons? Sprite is not done with weapons. I mean, the sprite is going to get done with weapons before we have everybody's whip to 8.99. Or 8.00 anyways. I'm really not worried about the sprite's weapons at this point. Like, The sprite would be done sooner, but it doesn't matter because the bottleneck here is leveling up the whip all the way. Happy New Year, Heider Miller. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good start. Once the whip is 6, there's no more shared experience, right? That is indeed accurate. But again, it doesn't matter. We get so much shared experience for the sprite still that it's gonna be fine. Like, the sprite only needs the bow, I think. That's it. Yeah, it's just the bow. Well, and the whip, obviously, and the sword. So each individual person needs to still level up the sword and the whip. And basically leveling up the whip from whatever the boy has up to at least 6 or more, we'll still get more weapon experience. It's still on. Yep. Well, I mean, it's been running for such a long time, specifically in the Pure Lands, Mana Fortress, and the Grand Palace and the Underground, that I kind of felt like I needed to split it into 2 halves. Did you calculate an expected time beforehand based on drop chances and such? Kind of. Basically, I knew that the level grinding for weapons and spells always takes much longer than I expected to every time. And so based on how much longer it could take still to get the last 3 weapon orbs that are, well, the most tricky to grind or the slowest to grind out anyways, I figured I'm prepared for going about 24 to 25 hours, but I was not prepared to go for much longer than that, and I mean, it's kinda looking to be a fair bit longer than that still. We'll see where we end up. Again, if I optimize the weapon leveling, we could probably cut off an hour or 2. But I've never felt the drive to just sit down and optimize it, honestly. Because there's also so many variables still. But I'm sure you could work out some rule of thumbs, which you want to follow. Alrighty. Bow is level 7 already, just needs 199 enemy kills to max out, and it does not matter whether the boy or the lady kills them. Oh, I had a great time, honestly. Like, initially, I was kind of like, man, I'm still here. Like, you could probably hear it in my voice at the time. But at some time I was just like, well, I wonder how much more ridiculous it can get. And that's kind of when I started having a great time again. I think me getting a bit annoyed by it probably coincided with about the 17-18 hour mark, I will guess. Because that is also where I usually get really tired during long streams. But after that I was just like, huh, I wonder how much longer this can go. Because we had about 39 chests until we got the javelin drop alone. There was various other rare drops before that, which were like 15-20 chests each. And it was kind of intriguing to see whether anything could top the 24 chests I think we had as a previous best, until javelin rolled around. And the funny thing is, in my personal best run, if I'm not mistaken, I got 2 rare drops from the Whimper that drops the javelin before I got a common drop too. Hey, welcome to you, old Viking gamer. Thank you for the good luck. And stay cozy. Oh, it's level 6. We could have the boys start attacking now. Because if the lady knocks out an enemy or the boy knocks out an enemy, doesn't matter, we get 1 weapon experience on the whip. And the boy actually recovers stamina quicker than the lady because he has higher baseline agility. But having 2 characters knock out enemies probably should just speed this up a bunch. You did! That was the strongest rabbit around. It actually survived a hit from a level 99 character. So the reason why that happens is because basically the boy's swing took such a long time. The very last frame, I think, or 2, effectively the boy already started regenerating stamina, so effectively the game considered it to be a 0% strength hit, or 0 stamina hit. Which is kind of the lowest possible value there. Which dramatically reduces the damage you do to the point where the rabbit did not get knocked out by that 1 hit. Alrighty, whip level 7. I might just go all the way to 8.99 with the lady here. And yes, we did lose some progress that involved a Moogle in the chest. Like I figured, oh, you know, something funny, like, sound-wise happens when I open up a chest as a Pygmid character. So I wonder what happens if I open up a chest as a Moogle character. Turns out, softlock. You know what we haven't tried? You can make your character to be a mini Moogle, like tiny Moogle person. So I wonder whether you softlock as well. If you open up a chest as a tiny Moogle person. Let me actually go and save and try that, just for fun. Oh, thank you for the 100 Happy Rabbits. I really appreciate those. For science, indeed. How about testing it on the next chest? After I save, yes. Why did I sleep? Yes, I'm saving first, don't worry. So now we just need a chest drop from one of the first few enemies. If I get the chest drop at the last few enemies... Actually, I'm just gonna save each cycle. And I'm not stopping to check whether an enemy drops a chest or not. We're still going to go efficient here. I guess the efficient part would be going for chest straight, because I'm gonna do it. And it'll probably soft lock the game. And if I have to save every time I do a cycle, that's probably gonna slow me down more. Has an unfortunate death in the Demon Fortress. Yep. Honestly, mostly self-inflicted. I should have just used the magic rope to get out. And actually buy some equipment at that time. Because these creepy crawlies are no joke with low equipment. Even at a higher level. Did I save? Brain does not want to tell me if I saved or not. So by the way, the lady killing enemies does not actually share experience with the sprite's bow, but because I have to go up to 8.99 anyways, with the boy killing stuff with the sword specifically, it's fine. Welcome to you, Platin. This is a continuation of last week's run. This is not a second run. Because last time we got so spectacularly bad luck that I figured, you know what? You should start the new year with taking care of yourself. So I decided after 21 hours or something that, you know what? I still have 3 weapon orbs to grind and a lot of weapon levels to grind, that it just is more reasonable. Oh, there it is. It's just more reasonable to postpone this until next time. Alright, so what we can do is we can pick me a character and then Moogle the character, then they are a small Moogle. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna unmoogle the character. Actually, I need to select the boy here. We're gonna unmoogle. Wait, she's not a Moogle. Oh, you're immune to being a Moogle because of your equipment. Alright. Let's try to do this with the boy. Okay. Moogle. So he's Moogled. Wait, I need to get him closer to the thing. Moogle wears off after some time. So normally I cannot open up the chest as mini character or as a Moogle character. So basically what I'm gonna do is I effectively make the game think that the character is no longer Moogled or Pygmit by using the items on them. And then before the game can change the sprites around, open up the chest. Alright, this appears to be approximately the same result that we had previously. So we just soft lock the game. Can't do anything anymore. Oh well. I mean, I didn't really expect much else. But hey, good experimentation. Comes with a price. Also, I know this is glitchless, but I'm just trying to change up things. Because the main gameplay is not that interesting, probably. Maybe it is to some. But hey, we're getting there. We're level 7 whip, and we're getting closer and closer to level 8 for the lady. Should I have taken a save state before doing the experiment? I always like to just do everything in the game. But save state would be a pretty decent solution too. I mean, I did save beforehand. I only killed like 10 enemies that I now needed to repeat. That's okay. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We maxed out our money well before we got all the weapon orb drops. And that was after dying. After gaining a ton of money in the underground as well as the mana fortress. Individually. Oh. I think this is where the lady has now level 8 whip, which means this is the point where she needs to get to level 8.99 with the whip. And she literally cannot gain any weapon experience anymore. So, as I mentioned before, you gain weapon experience based on your weapon level currently, which is level 8 for her. And, basically, it is the formula for how much weapon experience is 9 minus your current weapon level, which in this case is 8, halved and rounded down, because the enemies are too low level if she kills an enemy with her weapon. So this means, if I kill an enemy with the lady's whip here, or 2 or 3, she gains no weapon experience whatsoever, because there is no more enemy in the game that is higher level or equivalent to us, which is how we would get full weapon experience. So what we need to do is we have the boy here, who gains currently 4 weapon experience each time he kills an enemy at level 5 with the sword. We intentionally did not level up the sword any higher than this, so the sword would be able to continue sharing experience. So he gets 2 weapon experience each time we kill an enemy, and half of that gets transferred to an ally. So 4 if the enemy was the same level, half because the enemy is lower level than us, and half of that half goes towards the lady, so she gets now weapon experience whenever we knock out an enemy with the sword. And the reason why we want to do this with the sword in the end, even though optimally we would have a level 1 sword, but the sword is impossible to keep at level 1 without using arbitrary script execution. Is because the sword's maximum level is 8.00. Since the mana sword is technically the last upgrade, but you don't get that until the mana beast, so for all intents and purposes, the maximum level you can have for the sword is 8.00 on each character, and that you can always reach by just knocking out enemies. So it's basically our weapon to boost allies' weapons to the maximum effectively. And once again, there's not really a practical reason to get the weapons up to 8.99, aside from being a completionist, I guess. It doesn't do anything. Once you reach a level 8 weapon, you have basically the same as 8.99, with a little asterisk, but it practically doesn't matter. The lady gets exactly 1 experience each time the boy knocks out an enemy. So does the sprite, by the way. And what level are they at this point? Yeah, almost at 8. They're getting there. So that is 99 enemy kills for the lady to level up from 8.00 to 8.99. Then we will have to repeat this for everybody else too. Up to level 8.99. Which means next the boy will be the one to equip the whip and just knock out enemies. The lady will get the sword along the way, and in the meantime, just along the way, the sprite will also get to max out all the other weapons as well. Unless you use a glitch, which by the way, if you do this and you don't mind using a little bit of a glitch that is not too terribly complicated, what you can do is you can do weapon unequipment in order to have the same weapon equipped on multiple characters. So you could technically level up, well, the same weapon on multiple characters at the same time. Which right now, because this is glitchless, I'm not doing this. If you'd like to know how you unequip weapons on a character, it's basically equipment trashing glitch in a slightly different location. I'm actually not entirely sure how it works anymore, and I don't want to trash any equipment. But there is a reasonably easy way to do that. Actually, you know what? I could save and show it off if anybody is curious. Yes, but Ryok says, my very first 100% run is basically a 100.99% run, as I like to call it, because it did get the mana sword also up to 8.99, which adds a whole layer of complication. Alrighty, so I'll make sure to do this where we can see the weapons. Okay, so what do you want to do in order to equipment trash a weapon, or more specifically unequip a weapon, is move to the left side camera boundary. Camera boundary, by the way, is you're at the camera boundary whenever you push the camera for it to move. So basically, just have the boy move to the camera boundary here. And then I think you want to be 2 tiles exactly, well, more or less exactly to the right from where that is. So it's like if we push the camera boundary here, this would be 2 tiles to the right of the camera boundary. So line up with this rock maybe, and then line up with this rock, and now if I delete an equipped item, we just saved by the way, then the boy, or what the game tries to do, is it tries to unequip the item I just deleted, and then delete the item. But what it does instead is it unequips something that is completely unrelated. In this case, with the current setup, I unequipped the sword. So nobody, quote-unquote, has the sword equipped anymore. So, consequently, I can equip the sword on the sprite as well. And I can do this with every character. So, now that the sprite has the sword equipped, I can delete something they have equipped. And now the lady can also have the sword equipped. So this way, everybody has a sword. Of course, I don't want to do this because I want to keep my equipment. But you could just do this for more efficient weapon grinding. Oh, we do have a clip for that, I guess. Also, I need to check how many more levels or enemy kills the lady needs. We actually only need 19 more from now. So if somebody wants to keep count, this is 1. This is 2. I'm probably gonna lose track because I'm gonna reach that. You don't remember how in-depth the clip was? Neither do I. Da-da-da-da. 19? Is it actually 19 exactly now? Thank you for counting, Valakar. By the way, as long as nothing else is going on in chat, feel free to count as well. Okay. The lady literally only needs to level up the sword at this point. That's it. So she is effectively done. If you will. So it's just a sprite and the boy leveling up. the whip. So now I want to get the boy up to 8.00 on the whip. And then we get the sprite up to 8.00 on the whip. His heathen relatives. Oh, we delivered King Truffle already. I upgraded my sword in the Truffle Kingdom. Actually, I upgraded the whip in the Truffle Kingdom. So he's actually back at his throne. But he did actually watch a lot of the random mushrooms here just kind of get splashed. Matango, not Truffle Kingdom. I mean, Matango is a Truffle Kingdom, right? Because it does have a king of the truffles called King Truffle. So it is a Truffle Kingdom. Ah, you don't think King Truffle would mind? He seems like a fun guy. I do think I agree. Plus, I think nothing in Secret of Mana ever really dies, because if you think about it, that's probably true for most games. If you were to truly kill the enemies, they would not be able to come back anymore, right? So these guys here just get temporarily dislocated to a different plane of existence before they reapparate here. We don't really kill them, like, there's no remains after you kill the enemies, so it's fine. Right? Pokemon taught us that things don't die, they just faint. Yeah, honestly, in Scarlet and Violet, I always feel bad when there's like a little Sylveon or a little... What's the thing called? Wurmple just kind of comes up to me and just does its little cry, just kind of looking at the character. Just like, man, I need to knock you out in order to get the materials, dude, so I can make TMs. Kind of rude, if you ask me. But hey. Final Fantasy taught us they swoon. Swoon is a fun word, but without Final Fantasy I actually would not know what it means. Actually, that's not technically true. I have learned in school what swoon means. But I don't think... well, I didn't expect to ever encounter that in real life in any capacity. I mean, true, Calamity. It's not technically during the story, though. But yes, that is the first. That it is more or less directly mentioned. Which, honestly... so... here's the thing. Guilty confession. I really like Scarlet and Violet. For all its faults, because I think that game needed at least 3 more months of development. For a variety of reasons. I do not even need to go into that. I actually really like the concept and how it's built, structured, and just kind of generally, like, plays. And it's a much more intriguing story to me personally than all of the other previous games. Like, I've kind of been longing for a simple approach to a story, like Red and Blue, Gold and Silver. Because everything just all over the top, I don't care. But I like the game still, I guess. But it's just too much. But Scarlet and Violet was actually really fascinating. Whip level 6! This means the lady can now go aggressive with the sword. Like, honestly, Scarlet and Violet, for me, conceptually, went in a really, really good direction for me personally. Practically, on a technical level, I just don't even want to know how it is for the developers that had that kind of deadline, which was just wholly unrealistic for them. But it had to coincide with the anime finale thingy, so it's just like, oh my goodness. Honestly, these poor developers are just the real victims here. And unfortunately, the way the game of course sold, because it's so popular and all that kind of things, just tells the marketing guys the game was unfinished. I mean, that was perfectly fine, it still sold like hot pancakes, come on. That's kind of the biggest problem about it, right? They can do this once or twice, maybe even 3 times, until people really will start giving them heavy backlash. But once or twice, if you look at other series which kind of went down that road and path, the first few, well, I guess they will still okay. It takes people, basically it takes the people a long time to catch up on this. 10 million copies in 3 days, right. E.T. for Atari sold 2.6 million copies and almost destroyed the video game industry. Yeah. The thing is, realistically that's not going to happen anymore in this kind of thing, because it's a much bigger industry now. And there's always going to be more interesting things on the side. So even if one developer falls because marketing monkeys, there's always gonna be more. Right, I mean, if they continue like this, it will destroy the Pokemon franchise for video game side. But because they have so many other sides to it too, chances are pretty decent that this is not gonna happen anytime soon. We're level 6 on the whip. Oh, by the way, we have already all equipment, so I'm gonna just skip split. Yeah, I think it would need to be a literally unplayable game, or even a game that could like brick your console for it to have a sufficiently high backlash. Which is, again, just kind of the unfortunate reality of a franchise that is so beloved, because, let's be realistic, it is both a very compelling concept marketed really well, as well as, honestly, the games so far, they've just been really good overall. Like, it's kind of an interesting thing to me personally, because overall, Nintendo has, like, consistently brought out decently high quality products. Not all the time, but for the most part. They've been, like, comparatively to, let's say, other larger publishers, just been really high quality. And that's kind of where a large portion of that trust and fan base, I dare to say, comes from. It makes sense that it is that way. But if they continue this way, I guess we're gonna figure out whether they're ever going to be possibly failing. Or whether that's just going to be, well, continuing the decline of quality that we've seen so far. Even bad Nintendo games are usually fun to play to some degree. I mean, yeah, that's the kind of the thing, right? As I said, I still really like the game. And I just think all these glitches and clipping and other stupid things are just funny to me. But it is kind of funny in contrast to how it normally is. But if this becomes the norm, then it's gonna be not that funny anymore. That's just kind of where I'm sitting, I guess. Wait, 7.37. I'm actually curious how far the sprite is along with the bow. Okay, the bow is maxed out. Sprite literally is just waiting to get the whip next. And this is where being able to equip the same weapon in multiple characters would really help to speed up the process. In fact, the sprite having the bow is kind of a useful thing, because that way they are the least likely to accidentally knock out enemies. Also, I should control the lady here, just because the bow is then in slightly closer proximity to the enemies. Even if the AI is not the greatest with using the whip, they're still competent. We managed to go out of bounds in Scarlet. It was fun trying to get back in bounds. You could just warp back to town, but it was fun trying to get back in bounds. Nice. Honestly, the funny one to me was in the first city you get to, before you get your mount, where you can actually, you know, jump a little bit, it is actually entirely possible to just drop off certain areas and softlock, because there's literally no path outside anymore, if you just decide to explore the city first. Like, you need to be able to jump, but you couldn't. Actually, you might not have softlocked entirely, you might have been able to use the flying teleportation thingy, but I didn't know about that yet. So for me it was just, that's probably a softlock. Also, I think we're gonna go ahead and level up some magic. So let me actually check, what level magic do we still need? I'm gonna just put a notepad. Gnome is 876, Salamander is 7.58, Luna is done, Undine is 8.61, Dryad is 7.00. Dryad needs quite a lot still. So that is 3 from the lady. For the sprite, we need Luna, which should be easy, 7.76. Dryad is actually almost done, funnily enough. And Shade is 7.54. all of these are decently quick. We can basically focus on leveling up the lady spells, while also just leveling up the sprite spells along the way. We can even try to sync them up at the same time if we want to. I should make my notes a little bit smaller so I can put them on the side and just read them while I'm whacking enemies all the time. There we go. Alright. Once the boy has the whip at 8.00, we're going to probably kill 2 or 3 more enemies and then switch over the whip to the sprite and start leveling up just the whip on the sprite. And also put the boy back to being passive. A lot of Sleep Flower coming in the future. Yep. The bugs will get worse and worse because they would need to optimize the game further. I mean, that's a different issue as well. Alright. The boy now needs to be no longer aggressive, because him killing anything is no longer giving anybody any experience. I'm just gonna finish this section here. And then we want to have the sprite start leveling up the whip to 8.00, and we go beyond that too. Oh, whatever. Alright, so what we do now here is give the boy the sword for later. Put the lady to being passive. And give the sprite over the whip. And this is where we begin having the sprite just level up the whip all the way. Let's save in between. We could also do some magic grinding before or after this. Your Scarlet version crashed twice on one day after beating one of the new raids. 2 updates later, this issue seems to be fixed, no crashes in raids so far. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people had crashes and such. And the game just randomly closes. I've had like 2 or 3 random closings too. Hasn't been done in a long time. I actually have not played Arceus or any Pokemon game really, actually, in a long time, so I actually don't know how that is in comparison. But yeah, that definitely needed about 3 more months in the laboratory. Oh, RPG Check, thank you. Thank you so much for 75 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. How's it going? What are you up to currently? Is there any projects we can follow? Actually, how's Ragnarok going? You're watching BGG play with cats. Nice. I would like to watch cats play with BGG and steal his heart. And yours, probably. That's what cats tend to do. As bad reputation as Blizzard gets, they don't put out poor quality games. Right, that's just kind of the other side of the industry too, though. The games aren't the problem for Blizzard, usually. Or the quality, anyways. but there's other deep-rooted issues that are just not acceptable. By the way, does somebody want to calculate how many enemies we need to knock out still? Actually, it's an easy calculation. Until we reach level 6, we get 2 weapon experience each, that is 50 enemy kills. We're at level 2 right now, from 2 to 6. Just 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. I don't know why I needed to count that. Alright, 3 levels now. That's 50 times 3, 150 enemy kills, and then another 200 enemy kills. That's 350 from this point, just to get the whip at level 8.00. PGG says that's exactly what's happening. Nice. That's great. Random question. When I play Final Fantasy VII, which version should I play? Hey, with that said, however, no, I am finishing right now. Welcome, hope you're doing well. It was just more reasonable to postpone the ending. Again, make sure to take good care of yourself, and for once I decided to follow that advice as well. You know, sometimes I think it makes more sense because leading by example is a thing. Alright, that was 50 more. That is now 300 more enemy kills. BGG says PS1 version. Steam is fine, Steam is solid. Planning on using the remake when getting into it? I actually can play the remake now. Well, in the sense that I have a PC that is running it. I'm still on the laptop because I don't want to switch systems while I still have the QA job. Because I feel like switching up system basically towards the end of that would be kind of an unnecessary hassle. But I will have a PC that should be easily strong enough to run these games. But yeah, honestly I kinda want to play the original first. Like, I know it's not necessary, but I kind of want to visit the original for the legacy. I want to see what people played at the time. Actually, I don't think I currently have the PS version. When you're done with the original, you should definitely play the remake, it's amazing. So I've heard. Honestly, the biggest thing that stopped me from playing the remake is just... like, it's in parts, I think. If I'm understanding this correctly, it's like... basically, it's not the entire Final Fantasy VII game yet. But actually I also have no clue how far it is. Because to me it's gonna be like one of these situations like Golden Sun, where if the multiple parts, I guess, are too far apart, I'm just gonna lose interest. So I kind of want to play it all the way through, when it's actually complete, so to speak. The best Final Fantasy VII version is play Crisis Core 7. I feel like I've heard Crisis Core kind of being mentioned, generally speaking, in a more unpleasant manner. But at the same time, some people seem to really like it too. Oh, I'm perfectly fine with ATP. PS4 FF7 has convenient speed boost you can activate easily. Nice. Honestly, I will probably... Hey, there's the second fleet flower in a lot of enemy kills. And yeah, I will play the original first. Especially if the remake isn't complete yet, if you will. Crisis Core is good, just very different from 7. Okay. So yeah, if I can get the PlayStation version set up, I'll actually... Maybe the biggest... Honestly, the biggest problem I think is that the way I currently capture retro stuff is not really well suited for old 3D games. Like, it just doesn't look good. I actually wanted to play Dawn of Mana since a long time, just to see what all the fuss is about. But I just couldn't get a proper capture going. Plus, I also got... Oh, I forgot what it's called. Like a Steampunk Robo RPG game from Profnes a while ago. As well as Final Fantasy X for PS2. And I just can't figure out how to capture it well. What kind of unpleasant things have you heard about Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core? Nothing that I particularly remember, just kind of the general sentiment. Like, I'm one of these guys who is just like, well, I'm just gonna look like maybe part 1, 2, or maybe even 3 of a Let's Play to decide whether I want to play a game or not. Because I don't mind if you spoil this here and there. In fact, usually the more I know about a game, if it's a game that I like to play, the more it makes me want to play it. Whip level 6, so this means we have... 200 more enemy kills. Either from the boy or the sprite, not the lady, stop that. In order to get the whip all the way up to 8.00. Then 99 more for 8.99. We hope the still untitled new Mana game is good. I honestly have not really kept track of the Mana series. I did receive a DS game for... I don't know which one it's called. It's like something of Mana, of course. But it's kind of like a RTS-y game. And honestly, the concept really intrigues me. I don't know how good it is, but generally speaking, from what I've read about it, it's kind of like a mixed reaction. But like so many things, capturing these things is difficult. Maybe I should invest into like a DS capture card sometime. RetroTink make it easy to capture games. Right. Maybe I should look into that again. I do have a really strong solution for Super Nintendo and basically 2D games. Just your 3D game stuff just doesn't look good, even though you can capture through it. Chrono Trigger was originally a Mana game called Island of Maru. It was changed in development, but it's by Chrono Trigger Mar and looked like the boy and the girl. Hmm. I've not heard that one before, but it makes sense. It's also kind of an interesting discussion to me personally every time, where it is reasonably well known at this point that Secret of Mana as a game had to have quite a lot of things cut from it because they had to downscale from a CD version of a game, which would have a lot more space for everything really, to a like cartridge version of a game which has a lot less space for stuff on it. But at the same time, I always kind of like to point out that things cut doesn't mean that they were created and not implemented. Things cut usually means they just were not created to begin with, just kind of conceptually created first and stuff like that. Which also consequently means that chances are pretty high, especially during the time where we're developing other games like Final Fantasy V, 4, Chrono Trigger, etc., that a lot of the ideas that didn't make it into Secret of Mana probably made it into other games. So in a sense, probably not lost. You're looking forward to me playing Final Fantasy VII. It's one of these games that I do want to play at some point, but I kinda need to be in the mood for a long RPG. Which right now I would be, but I can't promise that I will be once February comes back around, because I need a week of a break, honestly, before I jump back into full-time streaming once work is done. Because I haven't really gotten... Well, I don't take breaks. Like, I've been working and then usually on the weekends just streaming too, which is kind of work too, in a sense, I guess. But level 7, 100 more enemies. For level 8, then 99 more after that, but specifically with the boy. Nobody ever did a ROM hack to try and re-implement the cut content. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? There's not really any cut content to be put back in. That's not how it works, because you would need to kind of read the original design documents in order to be able to tell what would have been potentially in there and what not. And then again, how it works out in practice, whether it actually is any good or not, would be further design decisions too. ROM hack Secret of Mana combined with Chrono Trigger like the multi-game randomizers. Oh dear. I mean, it largely works for Super Metroid and A Link to the Past, because I think of a coincidence in how the games are structured, if I'm not mistaken. I'm actually not sure how it exactly works. Are we gonna random Chrono Trigger? There's an open world randomizer for Chrono Trigger. And I think there's also a full game randomizer for Chrono Trigger. There's like 2 or 3 different ones. But as humans like saying, time is the essential ingredient of the early bird. I have the slight suspicion that this is one of the food box responses that came from Prof Ness. It's like a specific flavor to them, and I like them. But I don't remember. It was a line in Crosscode. Was it? Which reminds me. I literally bought the DLC for Crosscode for the game to be properly done. And I haven't played it actually. Which reminds me. I think the developers of Crosscode are developing something else currently. I should look up what that is, because I feel like whatever they develop is gonna be great. Project Terra it's called. Have I played Suikoden? No. I've seen a bit of it, but I actually don't know much about it. They do tend to make Saturday streams? Oh, I didn't realize that. Do you have a link for that? Actually, in general, what are more recent-ish RPGs that you really like in some capacity or another? Maybe ones that you... that maybe not as well known as they should be? Because here's a thing that I kind of recently realized. When I say that they are not as well known as they should be. Also, Whip is level 8, which means the sprite should no longer go attack. 99 kills with just a sword. Either way, when I say that it's not as well known as they should be, what I mean with this is... there are so many games that deserve more attention, but at this point the market for games is so saturated that there is literally not enough attention to go around for all the games that deserve it. And it's similar with actually video content creation, streaming or otherwise on YouTube. There's so many really good like streamers and content creators. People as a whole just genuinely don't have enough time to consume enough of it compared to how much I feel like they would deserve, which just kind of my general impression. Like honestly, at least for a game like Crystal Project. Crystal Project is amazing, absolutely fantastic. If you like Final Fantasy V even remotely, I highly recommend you check out Crystal Project. But it is so specifically tailor-made for very small set of gamers, thank you for the link, that it's kind of difficult to outright recommend. Like Crystal Project is basically my game of the year for last year. And I really liked Elden Ring. Like that game is up there, but Crystal Project just kind of hit that perfect note for me personally. So many good little design polishes and decisions, it's just really good. And then the developer actually implemented an entire randomizer mode into it too. I haven't gotten around to it either. Plus a crazy chaos mode, which apparently makes the game even harder. I wanna play that game again. Monster Sanctuary is pretty much, for me, kind of pretty much the same level of admiration I have for the game as I have for Crystal Project. Like those are, to me personally, kind of on the same level. Squeenix SRPG Triangle Strategy. Oh yeah, actually I wanted to check out Triangle Strategy. Triangle Strategy is one of these games that I wanted to play, I just didn't have time at the time. Actually, I think at the time I didn't have a Switch, but it was also released on PC and then I somehow still didn't play it. Chained Echoes, it's super OP if you want, right. Chained Echoes is another one that I just didn't really get to play. And I feel like it's kind of like a crosscode situation to me, where initially I was really interested in playing it, But it will probably take a while until I eventually get around to it. But it looks really good. Welcome to you, Leifalu. Leifalu? Feel free to correct me on how to pronounce your name. I hope you're doing well. Happy Pride. Someday you will have time for Final Fantasy Dimensions. I just assume that's what you're referring to, because I still remember. Also, how many more do we need to knock out? Basically, just talking with everybody makes this so much nicer to just do these grinds. Actually, let me be honest, this is kind of one, if not the biggest reason as to why I actually kind of enjoy these grinds, because I get to talk with everybody about these things. I did not even look as to what the sprite's level was. Alright, 18 more. I think we can go and upgrade the sword at this point. Thank you, Balakar. I did not say anything, you did not. I mean, I believe it. I'm still... As I said, it just needs to be the right time and mood. But I cannot promise that will ever happen. Plays well. To me it took about 60 hours. Maybe I should save before I do this. I'm getting paranoid about upgrading stuff. Mode 7. Oh, there's actually an emulator somewhere that turns the Mode 7 pictures into high resolution stuff, like for pilot wings and such. I think it's a Beast Nest plugin. Little friends. Completely random, I guess. But yeah, I imagine it takes a while to complete Chained Echoes. You play through all of Triangle Strategy. Totally recommend if it's yet another Square Enix masterpiece. It's a new take on the Final Fantasy Tactics genre. Right, that makes sense to me. I love this music, by the way. This music is so good. Dark Star was better. Actually, here, if I'm not mistaken, Malakar, you can still hear Dark Star if we land here. I think this is Dark Star, right? The song was used a lot in unofficial Ragnarok Online servers with custom background music. I did not even know there was servers that had custom background music. I guess I usually have the music off in that game, so even if I hadn't counted it, I wouldn't know. That is Darkstar. It's a very different mood too for Darkstar, but it's so good. If you were to have a ROM hack for Secret Mana, it would be fix the sound channels that text don't interrupt the music. I believe the randomizer Moppleton created actually has an option to do that. It kind of cuts out the combat sounds instead, and footsteps, which to me is really weird, but the music sounds nicer. You like the Ice Forest best? You know, I think I one-shot everything in the Ice Forest too, so let's go Ice Forest. Ha, as if I knew where to go fly to. It was complete coincidence. Alright. I need to count to 17. This is number 3. Oh yeah. I guess kind of inconvenient to encounter these cloud thingies. But as you can see, the enemies here are not as quite as easily encountered, I guess. I did not continue counting. Well, maybe it's actually not too bad here. Especially with the wolves just trying to jump us. Favorite is the Dark Lich boss track. It's really good. For a long time the Dark Lich boss track was kind of one of my favorites. Right, 2 more. Because the lady has the whip also up to 8.99. Now the sprite does as well. The sprite is literally just looking for the sword at this point. And I believe so is the lady. Everybody needs the sword to 8.00. Yes. Except the boy. The boy actually still needs the whip to... the next higher level as well. But he will get it as we level up the sword on the sprite and the lady to the maximum. Oh wow, the sprite does not one-shot these. I think we have to move. Sorry guys. They have too much HP. We had a friend growing up who had a multi-tap for their SNES to play this game with 3 players. That sounds amazing. One of the best Christmas gifts I've oh wait, did we find it? Hang on. There it is. Found it. The little face in the water. Oh. Where is this actually? Did you know you can open up a full map? Because I didn't realize that for a long time. Okay, the face is over there. It actually even has a little dot on the map too. Full map, yep. Can even scroll it a little bit. I actually didn't realize that people didn't know. Yeah, let's go over here. You don't think you know about the face though? Yeah. There's this, I think the RPG Shrine, or was it Omelets? Website, basically super old websites that just kind of talked about all sorts of things. All sorts of weirdness and stuff like that. Alright, welcome to the last leg of the grind. Up to level 8.00 on the sword. And then afterwards it's just magic grinding. And then we're done actually. Just need to finish the game. There's a face in Final Fantasy 4 and 6 too. I did not know about the 6. I think I knew about 4. Year's weapon level up to level 6, which means the boy no longer receives any experience from the sprite knocking out enemies. But the calculation here is that the lady still needs to go from 5 to 6 as well. So as long as I don't unequip the boy and his the whip on the boy, or he doesn't die, I guess, somehow, he will get all the remaining weapon experience as soon as I have the lady level up the sword from level 5 to 6. And that should do the trick. I did save before upgrading in case I goofed something. Die here? I mean, you never know, maybe the mana beast gets bored and decides to encounter us here instead. I don't know. Speaking of mana beast, one of my favorite things about the remake, by the way, is the mana beast fight. Like, that was amazing. Just saying, I love that one. Overall, the combat system actually felt decent. Except the part where you couldn't target and heal your allies while they were being targeted. You don't know if it's nostalgia speaking, but this game is something special. The atmospheric music, graphics. I think there's a little bit of nostalgia speaking, but honestly, the game is just really good with this. Regardless of nostalgia or not. That might be my nostalgia speaking, but that's just how I think about it. Nostalgia will always play a factor, you can't really remove that even if you try. The best way to have somebody tell you whether it's good or not is, well, have them play it if they've never played it before and have no nostalgia for it. Like, in a sense, I understand why so many people love Final Fantasy IV, but I wasn't that intrigued by it in the end, to be completely frank. But at the same time, I saw a lot of really interesting and intriguing things that I just recognized from Final Fantasy V already. And so in a sense, I found it to be really fascinating as playing through a piece of history, if you will. I still liked it. You notice in the Google Play Store there's apparently a 3D remake for Final Fantasy IV. You never knew about that one. Apparently that's the best version, people told me. At least some people say that. Wasn't it the DS version initially? Yakabot wants to get in on the hype. Really? Wow, the mushroom dodged my attack. Some enemies have animations and moves where they are temporarily invulnerable to physical attacks, and the mushroom's back jump is one of those. So that mushroom survived 2 attacks. It was quite funny to me. The strongest of mushrooms. Rump. Thinking about it, the sprite is gonna be the first character completely done with all the weapon leveling. Still need to find it. Dumb Pixel must have none of the extra content of the DS versions. Yeah. From what I've heard, the extra content on the various versions is a bit hit and miss. Some people like it, some people are just like, yeah, no thank you. I mean, for Final Fantasy V, I only played through the extra dungeon of the GBA version once. And I don't recommend doing this in a no run-through challenge if you don't know what you're doing. Oh, we're level 7 already. So it's just one more level for the sprite. Are you about to recommend Dimensions? I mean, Dimensions looks really good. It has flaws, not going to lie. I mean... most games I play have flaws in some capacity. Except Crystal Project. Completely random question. Does anybody remember? Have I ever done a solo character challenge run of the hard mode Secret of Mana hack? Or did I skip over that one? For some reason that just kind of came to mind. Broken Sword? Wait. Is Broken Sword the game that is originally a point-and-click PC game, or is that a different game entirely? Secret of Mana has a hard mode ROM hack. I'm kind of trying to think on whether I've ever done a solo challenge on that one. Oh, there it is. The sprite's weapon is maxed out. Everything to 8.99 except the sword, which we literally cannot get any higher because you would need to get the mana sword. Alright. And with this, the lady begins the ascent as well. How about 100% run in Secret of Mana? At least they can find a ruby diadem. I actually didn't know that. but unless they change the stats, it's not even a particularly good helmet. It's like somewhere near North and South Town in terms of strength. Willard, thank you for the good luck. I don't need the luck anymore, but it's appreciated anyways. I actually, starting today, my luck was back to quote-unquote normal, where I got stuff decently quickly compared to when I actually did the run. That was fascinating. And welcome, I hope you're doing well. It has the same stats? Okay. There. Did you see any 8.93 on the sprite somewhere, or are you guys bad? Looks all 8.99 to me. I think it's all 8.99. Pretty sure. It's your eyes. It's... honestly, the background is not great for the menus. Like, I needed to look quite hard as well, huh? Nosemaster, thank you! Thank you so much for 12 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. From what you could find, you did not do a hard mode solo or challenge run. Okay, maybe we should put that on the menu sometime. I don't even know whether it's possible. The biggest roadblock is probably gonna be Jabberwocky anyways. Unless I use a turbo controller. Then we can probably work through that one. I guess the question is whether I should use glitches or not. Probably not. Alright, with this I believe the boy should have reached 8.99 the whip. He did indeed, because this was literally the last opportunity here to reach all the weapons 8.99, because now we can no longer share any weapon experience with others. Actually, the boy technically can still share with others. Just double checking. Yes, everybody just needs the sword. So this means the lady needs 200 more kills to get the sword to level 8. And the boy needs 250 more. So 450 enemy kills. Then we're done. Then we just need magic grinding. We have not done magic grinding yet. Yeah, thank you for checking for the hard mode solo run. So one thing I distinctly remember about the hard mode ROM hack of Secret of Mana is initially I did not like it at all, because I ended up, my first playthrough was a race with Stinger PA where we just used one player 2 controller strats and ran through it, and it just felt like everything was just way more bullet spongy, but not really all that interesting. But when I did a glitchless run through it some point later, it was a lot more interesting at the time, because it felt like a bunch of enemies just had a variety of different stat distributions, where they just might have had a lot more magical defense and stuff like that, where you wanted to use different strategies. So I found that to be kind of intriguing. If we can get past Jabberwocky, I don't really see the game being that big of a difficulty to complete, unless some of the boss AI scripts would be heavily tweaked or something. But Jabberwocky is gonna be the big hurdle, because he will one-shot me if he ever gets a spell off. And if I attack him, well, can also heal. For magic we still need... well, a lot actually. The lowest level spell is Dryad from the lady at level 7 exactly. That is 149 spell casts for Dryad alone. And of course, the big problem about Dryad is that... well, actually, I can separately level Dryad, because the sprite needs to get Luna. Shade... no, don't do that. And Dryad up to the next level. Actually, this seems to work out pretty well. We can level up... Dryad with... the lady is Undine with the sprite's Dryad. At the same time, because they have approximately the same deal. Let me actually reorder my things real quick. Gnome is almost done though. Oh, Gnome and Undine are both almost done, so we probably leveled Gnome and Undine at the same time, then Salamander with Luna, and Dryad with Shade. Something like that. Actually, Dryad with Shade makes the most sense, because then I don't have to worry about magic bouncing off over to enemies. Because we're probably gonna use this Dispel Magic to level, once we reach level 8 spells. You always forget Jabberwocky is the Hydra. Yeah. The unfriendly Hydra. Kilroy is the first robot, Kettlekin is the second. Did you know Kettlekin had a chainsaw in the Japanese release? Rather than his usual hammers. Because I sure had no idea. Until I actually played through that once. Like, I knew it could have a chainsaw also. Level 7, 100 more kills with the lady. Because in the German guide booklet, you actually see Kettlekin with a chainsaw in the little sprite picture depiction. But in-game you never actually get to see it, so I was always kinda curious about that until I learned that this is in fact part of the Japanese version. Still. And they just took it out for the international one for some reason. Can we get a chainsaw back in the remake? Actually, I don't remember, to be honest. Maybe. Draco Dyers, thank you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome back for 2 months, and I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. I hope you're doing well. Chainsaws are too scary for the US? Maybe. Final Fantasy... Weird censorship decisions with Final Fantasy forced Chainsaw versus the Guillotine. Yeah, honestly, a lot of these are just the publishers really not wanting to take any chances for it to get rejected and the release date getting delayed. So they were probably just being overly cautious about all these things. Which, I mean, makes sense. I don't blame them for it, especially if the rules were reasonably strict, then you just kind of want to make sure that you don't get rejected 5 times before you finally get your game through. Although, speaking of stuff they allow onto consoles or not, if I'm not mistaken, one of the programmers of Sonic... oh, whatever, for the Sega Genesis, I think, the top-down game, that Sonic game, as well as the Mickey Mouse game. Basically, they had a very clever workaround because there were some crashes and glitches they didn't have time to fix or didn't know how. That if a crash or glitch happens, the catch-all was to just kind of tell the player, "Congratulations, you just found the secret level warp. You get to the next stage." Which I thought was pretty clever, also kind of funny. You like how nunchucks weren't acceptable in the UK? That's weird. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. The Chris Houlihan room is pretty much the exact same thing. The only way you get in there is by accidentally triggering a glitch. Which kind of makes you wonder whether they knew about these misalignments and decided, you know what? Some people need to find that room, otherwise it would just kind of be rude, and decided to leave them in-game. But honestly, to me that's kind of clever, where it's just like, whoops, you fell out of bounds. We're going to make sure that the responsible programmer is going to get their due punishment. I apologize for any inconvenience. And you get teleported back to normal. That may or may not be happening in a certain game I'm working on. Although chances are you're not gonna be able to get out of bounds anywhere. Level 8 sword! Nice. Okay. So it's just a boy now who needs the sword at this point. At least I think. Just gonna double check real quick. Yep, lady's done. And just you needs to all the way go. Alright. There's always bugs, it's about responsibly handling them. Right. I think that's a good way to put it. Like making fallback scenarios, what if an animation breaks? We probably should occasionally check if an animation breaks so the player gets released from their cutscene state and can continue anyways, even if it looked a bit weird. Save corruption bugs are not acceptable because there's no responsible way to handle them. Yeah, I agree. Now I kind of want to know what happens if you open a chest as a snowman. Emily? Yeah, Emily hates bugs in crosscode. I don't know why, but Emily was kind of fun to voice when playing through crosscode. Save before you do it. I mean, of course. I can't turn the character into the snowman here. Because I need to be able to take damage from enemies. Do you want to be a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. I mean, alright. We're on the science tour anyways. And I'm reasonably confident that we will be finishing this 100% run. So let's science this, shall we? What happens if we open up a chest while being a snowman? I hope nothing useful, because that may or may not have implication onto the 1-player 2-controller speedrun, and I really don't want to deal with any more chest drops being optimal in a 1-player 2-controller run. Maybe I shouldn't try it. Like, that's my consideration. Maybe I shouldn't try it, because if it's useful, 1-player 2-controller would become a lot more annoying. So, alrighty. If nothing bad happens, we're going to simultaneously also level up the sword for the boy, so that's good. Six, 3, 4, 6, 3, 4. Alright, so the plan is for us to get a chest in a room where there is blue blobs. I did not even realize there was blue blobs in this room. So we need to get a chest. Those things are tanky, dude. We need to get a room with blue blobs, which I can reset easily and quickly to knock out a few enemies for a chest. Is there any... There is a blue blob in this. Chest? No chest. I don't think this room has 3 goldfishes, but no blue blobs, right? Oh no, it does. Maybe this is the place. We could go back down here. Knock out fishy 1. Knock out fishy 2. Oh, only 2 from this side. Go through here. Oh, okay, we can also go up here, knock out 2 fishes. And then scroll the screen. Alright. I have experiments to run. There's research to be done on the snowmen who are still alive. Still alive. Oh, there's a blue blob up there too. Okay. Chest? Just a 1 in 16 at this point, so shouldn't take too long. The problem could of course be that it might be tricky to set up. So basically what I need to have set up here is I need to be able to turn a character into a snowman. And have that character be right next to a chest with the correct timing, so I can open up the chest while the character is still considered to be a snowman, but can be operated. Basically, it's the same concept as making a character disappear. Also, San Diego regionals are starting soon for Pokemon stuff, in case anybody is interested in that. I've experimented. What happens when A, you open a chest as a snowman, B, you open a chest as a pygmy snowman, C, you open a chest as a pygmy Moogle snowman? I'm pretty sure the Moogle status gets removed, because like most status effects, you know, actually a burning character could be technically a different one as well. Basically, most status effects are considered to be a weapon the character is holding, I think. And I don't think I have a way to make it so we can pick up a chest as a barreled character, though. In case you're curious about that one. Come on, guys. It's not that rare, come on. Maybe it is that rare. And again, if it doesn't soft lock or crash the game, you know what? If it's save corruption, what I should do is I should make a save state on the SNES Mini here. SNES Mini has built-in save states, by the way. It's kind of neat. Can fishes drop chests? Oh! Actually, I don't think they can. I forgot about that part. Fishes do in fact not get the ability to drop chests. No wonder they, well, don't. I forgot about that. That is a really good question right there. Pretty sure you guys can drop chests though. Oh, yeah, there is one. Alright, so what we need to have happen is the following. We need to have a character be snowman, and the others not interfering with it. And me not accidentally deleting the character. So I need to unequip everything so we can actually get hit by these and get snowman. There's now a 0 defense, these guys should be able to hit me. Turn them into snowman, I need to get the timing right. Okay, that's good. Now I need to unfreeze, switch to the boy quickly and try to open chest. It's a soft lock again. Nothing interesting happens. But we learned. That's okay. Science was done. An engulfed in fire character might still have something interesting. Will it and learn? Yep. I was just worried about the game just corrupting itself and removing our save files, which is why I created a save state, which was not necessary in the end, but you know. Maybe I should have done that previously when I Moogled the thing. But that's okay. Alrighty, the boy still needs to get level 8 on the sword. Let's just run through a different area for once. Why not? 1, 2, 3, you. This is a reasonably efficient place to run through for knocking out enemies, if you actually can hit them sometime. 2, there is 2. No, don't hit them, guys. You are not supposed to hit. Plop plop. wonder whether these goblins remember me. Or whether they... will never do. I don't know. I was wondering for a while whether it might be efficient to knock out enemies that respawn or multiply. And if I'm not mistaken, my very first 100% or 100.99% run, what I ended up doing was... I ended up going to the Ice Spice in the Witch's Forest. And I effectively knocked them all out. Just knocked out the Chopping Hood all the time. Hey, welcome back out. There are no more ruins areas with enemies anymore, right? Yes. All the ruins basically get cleared out after you're done with them, if you will. Alright, I'm pretty sure the Pandora fields are still more efficient though. You still love this piece of video game all these years later? Nice. Me too! I think it's great. Oh, by the way, did you know? To my knowledge, this is the only place in the entire game where you can walk below a certain area and above a certain area at the same time. I do not think you can do this anywhere else in the game. And I don't know why. Like, basically, the reason I'm even bringing this up is because if you remember, after you defeat the Metal Mantis in the Emperor's Castle, you don't walk across a bridge, you use a little high stepper in order to jump across a gap in order to continue afterwards. I've always kind of wondered why, so eventually I came up with the idea, well, maybe there's no tiles in the game where you can go above and below. But there are, at least this place. There might be others and I just don't remember them. But the more I think about it, it's actually kind of interesting that there's just not more places where there's bridges like that. But at the same time, I feel like enemies might interact either really weirdly with them, or it might just be really annoying having to deal with enemies while you can't see anything. Which, either explanation is fine with me. Whip jumps don't count. Whip jump literally just makes you walk through walls on a technical basis. So I consider that to be a bit different, yeah. Speaking of gameplay streams, by the way, thinking about the crosscode streamers, or well, dev streams. There is actually a game being developed in Switzerland here that I was kind of fascinated by, which is actually what do you call that? It's a strategy game, top-down. But you're kind of riding on the back of a gigantic dinosaur-like creature called an ombu. And it looks really fascinating. I don't think there's a demo available anymore, but it is in early access, so... Yeah, basically, you manage a village on the back of a gigantic dinosaur that you're simultaneously trying to both keep healthy and guide down like, paths that hopefully are not too treacherous. And then you may or may not meet others that have a similar thing. You can punish the Ombu. If you decide that this is how you need to handle it, if it doesn't obey or something. I don't know. That seems kind of rude to me, especially the way they implemented it with yeah, alright. Either way, it's pretty interesting. The Wandering Village? Yes, that's one. That's the one. I forgot the name until now. Well, actually, you told me the name. The Wandering Village. It looks really fascinating. If you like RTS with a really intriguing art style and concept, it's looking good. Like, I tried to visit their booth at Gamescom, but there's so many people, it's just like, alright, I guess I've seen the booth, so I'm moving. Because the place I ended up being at Gamescom for the presentation of the game that I'm helping with, that was more on the backstage where only press and such are allowed, kind of like we had a booth in the same section where they had the Monkey Island thingy. And it was a lot more easy to actually go and look around and look at things there, even though, unless you had a press pass, you probably weren't supposed to do that anyways. 6.5 hours behind the split? Yes, pretty much. We had kinda bad luck and some poor decisions that amounted to that amount. So basically I would say 5 hours, probably maybe more, comes from just bad luck, honestly. It's fascinating. Unfortunately, the bad luck did not continue today, which I was kind of hoping for it to just go to even more ridiculous levels, but that did not happen. You never realized that the lady and the sprite max at the same HP value, right? Especially since they do have different HP growth. But their HP values are the exact equivalent of the doppelgangers you fight in the trials. So there's that thing. So maybe they are just you from the future or something. If you decided to grind out and never fulfilled your quest or something. I don't know. By the way, how many different types of pizzas have you seen Fussel bring you? Happy Pride. You would have rather seen her max out at 900 because she's more of a fighter than Sprite but less than the boy. I would say I agree. Thematically makes sense. Alrighty, we're done with weapon leveling. Each of our characters has the weapons now at level 8.99. Except the sword, which is a maximum of 8.00. Weapon leveling complete. Now we just need to do the spell leveling, and then we are done with all the leveling and just need to finish the game. Alright. Weapon at 8.99. Split plus tracker indeed. Thank you for the reminder. There isn't max gold for 100%? No. That is not part of my 100% definition. I mean, I have basically max gold. Like, I defeat like 20 enemies in the Mana Fortress and I'm back at maximum gold. Like, I'm there. Max gold happens automatically. Well, with this amount of luck it does. Alrighty, so we need to level up the sprites and the lady spells, so we start with Undine and Dryad. Undine for the lady and Riot for the sprite. So what we do is we have the sprite cast Riot, Sleep Flower, and the lady casts Undine Remedy. So, the reason why you want to kind of level both the sprite and the lady at the same time is because up until level 8 of any spell, you can chain cast your spells. But right now, I am tapping the menu button as much as I can, it doesn't work. The reason is because the game just doesn't allow you to do anything while you have a level 8 spell animation, like one of the big ones. So effectively, the best thing I can do to use up that time is have both the lady and the sprite potentially get a level 8 spell animation. So this increases of course the chance to get a level 8 spell animation every time I cast a set of spells, but we're also kind of leveling up the spells more or less at the faster rate here. This was just the first time we didn't get a level 8 animation for both characters here. So let's see, I needed 38 spell casts for the lady, which is down to 61 MP remaining. For the sprite I need 49 spell casts, which actually is just one full spell, or one full set of MP. Once the sprite is out of MP, the sprite will have reached 99 or 8.99 Dryad. Oh. The lady is no longer Pigmate, because I accidentally removed that with a remedy. Minor frame drop issues? Oh. Actually, the frame drops apparently are now on my end, yes. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, on the bright side, you're not really missing anything. But it's still kind of unpleasant, so... yeah. I hope that kind of corrects itself. We've also had an internet outage yesterday, just kind of for half an hour. Which was basically, internet outage happened, and I messaged PJ that, hey, I might be late to work because currently no internet, and as I wrote that, we had internet again, which was kind of interesting. Alright, 72. 11 more spellcasts for the lady and she's done with Undine. Three, 2, 1 more. And the lady should be done with Undine. Just gonna briefly double check. If I can continue casting while I do so. Alrighty, lady is done with Undine. She's going to do Gnome next while we're at it. So just gonna proceed with a similar case. We need 23 more Gnome spellcasts, which is 46 MP, which is 15 MP remaining once the lady is done. Looks like the frame rate is starting to stabilize here. And the sprite is pretty much done with Dryad here, I think. Double checking. Yes, Dryad is done for the sprite as well. So it just needs Luna and Shade. And that's quite a lot of spellcasts actually for both Luna and Shade. So I guess we can literally just begin with Luna. Get some MP back from these. Oh yeah, you can't get any more right now because you need to get the MP back before you can cast again. So the sprite cannot get any more MP from the spider legs because it only has 21 total. But they do need a grand total of, well, a lot more spellcasts. It will be 99 after they level up to 8.00. Also, in case anybody missed that earlier, the reason why we are pigming both the lady and the sprite is because that reduces the animation frames they have while casting spells, so they cast their spells quicker. Alright, we are now at level 8 Luna. So that is 99 more spellcasts for the sprite to reach level... well, 99. You know what I'm gonna do? That was like 3 spellcasts or something. I'm gonna give the sprite 2 fairy walnuts to fill up their MP all the way to full, which means once they are, well, out of MP by casting this, they will be done with Luna. For the lady, she's already done. I need to go only down to 15 MP. That's my way of counting, by the way. Right, so now we level Salamander, I think. Or Dryad. Level Salamander. Let's leave the most annoying one for last. Right, so what we're gonna do is just Salamander the boy. Then we want to get some MP. Salamander we have to cast... well... Right now 15 plus 99 more times. I'm not sure how to visualize that. Plus the pygmy sprites are adorable. Sure. We can go with that. Also, in case you're curious, it does not matter how much MP the spell costs. All that matters is that you cast a spell and you get experience from it. And as long as you are in a combat area, meaning that your weapons are drawn rather than a town where they are not drawn, you get full magic experience every time you cast. Which does mean, if you're trying to sleep at an inn and then train the lady spells inside the inn, you will only get half the magic experience, which... That's gonna take a long time, dude, if you try to do that. Don't recommend. I suppose in my personal best, I ended up leveling up the spells all the way before I ended up finishing up the weapons. Which, to the best of my knowledge, I ended up just kind of leveling them up more or less on the side. Flame Save with level 8, that is 99 more spell casts. Alright, the lady needs more MP here. Up there is the level 8 spell animation for Absorb Magic. Might have happened before already, I did not pay attention. If you max out the sprite before the lady, will I go to the Wind Palace? I was thinking maybe sit on the island instead. You know, with Dark Star as the music. But it looks like the lady will have a few more Dryad spellcasts after the sprite is done. The main reason for this is... Actually, it'll be a lot more MP intense, I guess, afterwards. Because both Dryad as well as Shade are going to cost a good chunk of MP. Because I'm not going to cast Hades Grenade, or whatever it's called in English, the entire way through in order to level Shade, because that animation takes forever. Dark Force is the best animation. I mean, if you'd like to see any level 8 spell animations, let me know. I can cast it once or twice. I don't see a problem with that. Okay, we're almost out of MP on the lady. Afterwards we'll have to restock on Fairy Walnuts and or sleep. You just chained the spell on that spider you're torturing now? Yep, that was kind of the plan. Because if I level Dryad, the best way to do is spam the magic bounce shield, and I will bounce the magic bounce off of myself onto the enemy, which consequently does mean that they get their well, I would bounce spells off of them back onto myself, which at this point doesn't matter anymore, but technically isn't allowed in glitchless. Alright, continue. Sprite has 43 or so more spellcasts before maxing out Luna. You're going to run out of money, Yaga. Using Fairy Walnuts instead of sleeping at an inn for MP restore. Right. I think we would need to level magic for a really long time for that to be the case, though. Oh yeah, the sprite absorbed MP, so they actually can cast. Okay, I need to check back at 22 MP remaining on the sprite. Just imagine the rest by the thing, three people come in, one casts like 200 magic absorbs, and one buffs the other one, then getting destroyed in the end. Yep, eventually. I will be using Shade offensive spells until we hit level 8 and however many the game allows me to cast. Because we need almost exactly one full pool of MP from the sprite in order to get up to level 8 on Shade, which is about 50 spell casts. The desert spider. Ah yes, the spider you have after a good meal. It's a dessert spider. Tasty chocolate spider legs. I mean... Wow. Please save the frogs and put other stuff into the food box. Frogs are friends, not food. As indicated by 4 frogs collectively saving the entire world in Final Fantasy V in one of my runs. Without these frogs, you would no longer have a world of Final Fantasy to play in. Right? Please be nice to frogs. Yeah. Save the frogs. Alright, I think the sprite is done with the spells here. Yep, Luna's 8.99. So just Shade to 8.99 and then the sprite is done. Alright, hang on. I'm just gonna check real quick. How much do you need for Salamander? 23 more spellcasts. Alright, filling up the sprite's MP entirely. Filling up the lady's MP entirely. Going to buy him a fairy walnuts. 23 more spellcasts is 60... Wait, no. 46 MP. And the sprite actually is just gonna spam Dark Force. Once the sprite is out of MP, they should level up to 8. Oh, I can't do that. Can I? Because we get level 8 Flame Saber animations, I actually have to go with Wall Cast instead. Because I don't want to interrupt. Basically, I'm casting both the... Oh, that's an up. Hang on. I didn't think about this. Actually. Alright. The boy hopefully is far enough away that... Nope. Uh-oh. This is complicated. Hang on. I need to think about this one. Basically, I need the boy to be far enough... Don't, guys. I need the boy far enough away from the spider that he does not bounce back the spider, because there's a maximum range as to how far you can bounce magic. Oh my goodness. This might still be fine. Okay, this is fine. What? What did I just do? Oh, no, it's not fine. Ah, this is awkward. Crow had a setup where he managed to do this. I think it was in the top left corner though. Basically going straight to the left here. Outranging the spider with the boy's position. No, you stay over there, dude. Go back. I need to still have the spider in the view though. Stop sliding down, guys. Seriously. Oh my goodness. This is annoying. Alright, so this should probably be fine. If we can still target the spider with... No, we cannot. We need to be slightly further to the right. Nope, further. There we go. Right, we need to go far enough that it doesn't lock the screen. Alright, let's see. This should not bounce the spell. Okay, it does. Good. Now we can continue with our shenanigans. Because now the boy is too far away. Wow, does Dryad spell cast faster? Dryad spells cast faster than Shade spells apparently. Just fast enough that I can't spam the menu button, I have to actually time it. Time to turn the screen white. Of course the lady is going to run out of MP super quick because each spell cast is 6 MP to cast here. Beep booty bing? Wait, did I miss? Oh, it's 25 spell casts. Alright. Okay. Well, I guess it's just a matter of how long it takes us to... get the level 8 animation on the sprite here. We still haven't gotten the higher level spell animation, so that's kind of convenient. And the sprite is basically out of MP at this point. Wow. Oh, Well, I guess the level 8 animation came from a slightly unexpected source. Sprite is out of MP. And needs to presumably cast... How many more spells? I was actually... For some reason I assumed that it was 1-to-1 from level 7 to 8, but it is 1 spell for 2 experience. Which is why I was kind of a bit off. So the sprite probably, let's see, just cast 49 times total. And it's likely just kind of 2 more full sets of spellcast if I were to stick to casting Dark Force, but I do not want to stick to casting Dark Force. Because of course that's the problem with Dark Force, that it will eventually give us the level 8 spell animations and I cannot chain these. It will get us stuck. And eventually the enemy goes poof. So we kinda don't want the enemy to go poof, we kinda want them as target dummy still. So we're just gonna cast Dispel Magic, which both goes through walls, which is very convenient, and does not make the spider go poof, even if it does. I believe we just leveled up. Yep, Dryad is now level 8, which means that is 99 more spellcasts for the lady here, or basically 600 MP worth of spells to cast in order for her to max out her spells. Did we get a level 9 Dark Force animation? Actually not yet, no. But we just did get the level 8. Animation for the shield. Alrighty, let's see real quick how much more does the sprite need. Alrighty, 48 more spellcasts for the sprite. That is 48 times 4. It's like 2 full sets of MP to go through. And then the sprite's done. And I believe that was the last MP for the lady. And also pretty sure we don't have enough MP or any fairy walnuts remaining. Alright, back to restock. On a principle, by the way, I really like the system in Trials of Mana, where you can buy up to 99 of each item and just put it into a storage that you can only access outside of combat. The main downside of it is, of course, that the menu was incredibly laggy, so it took forever to access those menus. All that's left is leveling magic in the final stretch, indeed. And we're actually almost done with magic too. Well, I say almost, but it's actually really not that much left at this point. It is 2 more full sets of MP for the sprite. And a little bit more than that for the lady. Because she also needs to still level Salamander all the way. Which shouldn't be too bad. In theory, you could already set out the last prediction for this run. What would the prediction be? Oh, the moon phase, of course. I think we probably should set this up once we actually set out into the Mana Fortress. And are, like, starting into the Mana Fortress so people have time to wake up and come in. Because I imagine most are just relaxing, chilling, and listening instead. But I like that. You love that song that plays in the town? It's just so high energy and it keeps kicking it up with every iteration of the theme until it repeats. I agree. That song is amazing. It's one of my favorite songs in the game. And I'm going to check the sprite's MP or levels here. We should be reasonably close now. Alright, 21 more spell casts with the sprite. Which is, well, 1 more fairy walnut, I guess. Actually, slightly more than 1 more fairy walnut. So they get 2. Which means the lady will run out of MP before the sprite is done. Almost there. It's kind of like when you're on a long journey and you can see the destination in the distance. Although you do know that it's still going to take you about half an hour or so. That's just kind of the sentiment I have about this. The 21 spellcast is actually 84 MP. I did 4 beforehand. The 17. Alright, we know the sprite will be done within this set of fairy walnuts, so... The rest of the fairy walnuts here are just for the lady now. Okay, just double checking real quick. 9 more spellcasts for the sprite. Just 9. 1. I don't know why the first spellcast the sprite or the lady is slightly faster than the sprite. It's kind of weird. I already lost count. So many MP, it's nuts. Something like that. Alright. 2 more spellcasts with the sprite. So, what this means is we're gonna Dispel Magic. Make sure there is no shield on the thing. And then we're gonna Dark Force. Until we get the level 8 animation. It is a pretty fun one. Kinda lengthy, but really fun. Alright, sprite is done. All levels complete. If you'd like to see a particular level 8 spell animation, or 9 as people call it, I guess, let me know. So it's just a lady spamming shields over and over. Actually, I maybe should check how many more she needs to spam, because we've been casting this also quite a bit here. Should be reasonably close. 25 more spell casts. 25 times 4 is actually 100 MP. Which means, if I just recover her MP back to full right here, she will be done once she's out of MP now. Also, what I would like to try is the following. Evilgate has a chance to show up as something really funny when it's the level 8 animation. Wait, do you go straight through a wall? Oh, it bounced back, of course. It is a percentage-based damage attack. It's kind of weird that the animation is on the enemy, even though it does bounce back. Here, we can have this. Also, apparently, it keeps repelling it onto the lady. Alright, that was the last one. I tried to get the Shadow Zero stuff. I did not get the Shadow Zero stuff. And the spider was spared on this day. Wait, no, I was wrong about one full set of magic. It's a little bit more than that. For some reason, my brain was calculating with 4 MP per spellcast rather than 6. So it's 8 more spellcasts. 8 times 6 is how much? I don't know, but this will be enough. $48. Right, that sounds about right. Fossil friends. I didn't see what did Fossil bring this time. Maxing out this game seems more chill than Chrono is, though. I actually have no idea what maxing out in Chrono Trigger means. I guess you just farm the little tabs in order to max out the stats of the characters. Walnut wasted. Yagi will never recover financially. Wait, that's enough, isn't it? Alright, Dryad done. It's just Salamander remaining. Actually, not even that many spellcasts of Salamander. It is just 3 plus 2, 20. 23. 23 spellcasts of Salamander remain. We do not have quite enough MP for that. No, actually we do. 46, 23. There we go. Alright, here's a fun one. Equipping a barrel is the equivalent of equipping a weapon, which means if you cast an elemental weapon enchant on it, the barrel goes, well, whatever the weapon enchant color is. It's kind of funny. Either way, we're just gonna finish off the sabers now. Stealing speed tabs and then level grind is gnarly. You would figure that level grind is worse than maxing the stats from tabs, really? Time to bonk enemies with a burning barrel. I wonder whether you can actually arrange it that way. I highly doubt you can, to be honest. I guess actually you can. No, wait, you can technically attack with a barrel. Hang on, we can do that. We can do that. How many? We're almost done. I believe the lady had like 1 spare spellcast remaining. We got in a lot more Salamander spellcast than I anticipated, because we started at level 7.5. Once again, I'm opening up the menu as quick as possible, but if you get the level 8 spellcast animation, the game just freezes all actions and you can't do anything. So you can technically attack with a barrel. But before I do that, I'm going to save. Because we are done with the magic rain. Oh, I didn't realize that the sprite and lady had separate level 99s trackers on the tracker. Have I played 27 hours straight? Nope, not this time. I did this entire thing in one sitting last year and the year before that and the year before that. But this year I got really bad luck and I was not prepared to go on for this long. So after 21 hours I decided it is healthier for me to just do it in 2 sessions instead. Hello, welcome to Yawning Urine. Hope you're doing well. Alright. Let me find an appropriate place. Actually, you know what? What I should do is just restock my entire inventory, because why not? Also, everybody, what is your favorite weapon? Which one should we use for the final boss fight? The chat gets to choose 2 weapons and I get to choose 1. Just making sure we have all the consumables restored. So we have claw, javelin, bow, javelin, sword is overrated. I mean, the sword is really good in this game. Claw and spear. Lumina is your favorite weapon. That's fair. Boomerang. The sprite is the best weapon. Boomerang and javelin. You know, I kind of like the theme that seems to be going here. So we have a few gloves, a few boomerangs, and I think a few javelins. So that's probably what I'm gonna be going with here. So we're going to give the punch to the boy. Also gonna tell him to charge up his weapon up to level 8. Actually, we do this once we are at the final boss fight. And the sprite is gonna get a javelin. And the lady I'm gonna put the boomerang. Although if you have done or watched any of my solo character challenge runs with glitches, then you might know that the boomerang is kind of the best weapon for the lady. Alright, but before, I thought it was actually kind of a funny suggestion, but I believe we can make it happen. Let's hit an enemy with a flaming barrel. So the way we do this is we're gonna give the boy a barrel, cast fire on him, and then I switch over to the boy, hold the B button while the animation is playing. I can charge up the barrel as an attack, and then try to hit something with it. Barrel attacks are really weird, so I don't really expect to hit with it, but I try. Yeah, didn't work. The way I can start charging again is by using, for example, a spell or the targeting menu and hold down the B button after selecting it. Let's see if I can hit something this time. No, guys! Stop! I actually want them to stick around for once. Oh my goodness. Are you gonna get stuck over there? Please come over. Yeah, you can hit them with a barrel, but it's really difficult. Did I put on equipped for boy? I reset after we softlocked, so I no longer have it unequipped. Trying to stand above it, maybe? Yeah, it might not work this way. Like, you can get an attack animation, but I don't know where the hitbox is for it. Oh, we hit them! We hit them with a flaming barrel. Nice. It works. Great success. Hit them with a pygmy flaming barrel? I don't even know whether this... We have just saved, so... I don't even know if this has an animation. Oh, you can't even charge up the barrel. Alright, this doesn't work. Alright, let's finish the game. Flaming barrels for the finale. I'm pretty sure it just has a really low attack value, so... I don't think we can use it for anything all that. Alrighty, so, Quadlight, are you ready for the prediction? Because I think setting it up now would be fine. Oh, right, I need sword and whip in order to get through the fortress. Alrighty everybody, so... If you don't know, let me introduce you to the final randomness in the game, and that is... After you beat the game, complete the Mana Fortress, the Mana Beast is defeated, and everybody lives happily ever after, with Flammy Entersprite included. There is kind of a little cutscene with the moon, just shining in the distance. And that moon can have different phases. Also the star constellations are separate, but we can have a crescent moon, we can have a full moon, or we can have about 2/3 of a moon. So, I do not know what it is. So it is gonna be completely random. So if you'd like to guess which one it is, there is a prediction now up on the channel that you can guess if you'd like to. Thank you, Quadlight. I think it's Quadlight. Might have been Ricodactylus. I don't know. It's go time. It wasn't the Rico. Okay, it was the Quadlight. It was basically ready. So yeah, feel free to predict whatever it's going to be. I'm gonna say it's gonna be... 2/3 of a moon today. This was a weird run, so... That seems fitting to me. It was you. Nice, thank you. The only enemies that can be remotely dangerous at this point are the Master Ninjas. If they crit us for 900 damage, which I believe they can only really do after they use petrification weapons. But yeah. Let's see what happens. Dude is in the way. I'm gonna punch you. Punch, I said. Punch, not kick. There we go. Oh, come on, lady. Sleep flower. Oh no, I have to use one of my precious medical herbs. Hey, the wolf actually did damage. Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. Punch with your feet. Something like that. Ah, that's gonna be annoying. Right, but we don't need that anymore. We can go. Oh, well, that guy spawned. I was trying to manipulate the spawns, but I haven't done that in so long that they spawned anyways. Come on, guys. Come on! Sprite! Stop! Come on, guys. Loosened beam! You don't see that every day. Guys actually cast loosened beam sometimes. Alrighty. Welcome to the end. Seeing the walls not immediately destroying your party is weird. Yeah. They hit like a truck. Normally they do. Alrighty. We go with a punch, a javelin, and a boomerang. I'm just gonna buff everybody up a little bit. I'm gonna give you some fancy weapons. I'm gonna give you some guaranteed critical hits. Actually, I really like the color of the light weapon, but it's actually literally one of the worst weapons because it doesn't do anything aside from, well, the slight damage increase. Elemental weapons do not deal elemental damage in this game. They do in the remake. But basically this is literally just coloring my weapons with these two elemental spells. And the ones that actually do something are the ones that have additional effects like Undine with Snowman, Salamando with Burning, Petrifying with Gnome, and Absorbing HP with Luna. You do not want to try that against Dark Lich, I don't think. Everything is maxed out now? Yes, indeed. I'm just playing around basically buffing up everybody. Alright. I'm gonna tell the boy to charge up his weapon all the way to level 8. I'm gonna tell the sprite to attack at level 5? 5 is, I think, the charging one, and I'm gonna control the lady. Let's go. Hey guys, Ultima. It's going quite well. We are arrived just about at the end of a run here. Thanatos is like, took you long enough. Indeed. Right, he's Tantalus in German, Thanatos in English. For some reason I mixed that up earlier. Did you know this here is actually technically a different music piece? than the Oracle. But it kind of goes seamlessly, well, usually seamlessly into the Oracle. Not that seamless. Amazed. And he kinda gets destroyed. So somebody mentioned that their favorite weapon is Lumina, so it only feels appropriate to Lumina this guy at least once. This guy has 6,660 HP, I think. Or was it 66? I don't remember. Kamehameha! Oh wow. He actually still hit the sprite pretty hard. Alright. We can spare a heal or two. How about a flame wall on you? It doesn't do anything aside from a little bit of damage. But technically, if I use Flame Bouquet, it actually reduces his attack power. So theoretically that does something. Ha! It reduces his attack power to 0. How funny. Sorry. I couldn't resist. Rune Factory. 4S? Right, I need to look into that one. The seal on Dryad's mana magic is gone. Hello, and welcome everybody. Welcome to your Thalphon. And welcome everybody to the end of the beginning into 2023. So, Dryad's mana magic is already unlocked, and let's put it this way, I'm not gonna use the mana sword because I won't need it, plus now that I have the mana sword I'm supposed to level it up to 8.99, which is literally impossible because there's no enemy strong enough anymore to give us any weapon experience. Actually, what level is the Mana Beast? Maybe I have to use the sword because technically the highest level could be the Mana Beast giving me 1 piece of weapon experience. Actually, I'm pretty sure you don't get weapon experience from this fight. Because normally it's actually part of the end script that you get experience. Actually, not sure. Mana Beast. Oh, it's not in my list. There, Mana Beast is level 74, so not even the Mana Beast is high enough level to give us weapon experience, so never mind. I was just curious. Alright, Mana Magic. Mana Magic just to have the fancy animation for this. Because honestly it looked kinda neat. Revive the Mana Sword. Now the big downside right now is I can't switch out my weapon until the Mana Sword spell runs out. But we have a solution for that, which technically means you can make the Mana Sword permanent. which is a glitch. This is glitchless. So I'm not using it for that, I'm literally just using it so I can go back to my destined weapon, the punch. Let's go. Welcome to my favorite music. Alright. Also, I would like to point out that I absolutely love the names of the songs this game has. Like Leave Time for Love, or in this case, The Meridian Dance. The second through from the left, yes, that's another one. That's a fun one. Also, I think my controller just started lagging, but I don't think it really matters. Bring it on. Ow. Now here's a question. If I increase my defense, how much damage are you gonna do? Yours is a ballast tolling. That's a good one. Alright, the boomerang can hit twice, depending on charge levels. So, that was a one that only could hit once. Basically, various weapons can hit twice. For example, the sprite over there is going to use a charge attack that can do both a physical attack, come on, and a ranged attack. And you can stack damage onto the mana beast. So this is also a double hit with the lady here with boomerang, rank 8. Rank 1 also is a double attack, but it's not quite strong enough to pierce through its defense. The Mana Beast has 450 defense. Wait. I think it's 550. Is it? Either way, basically, the only way you can get past its defenses is by either charging up a weapon, critically hitting, or while using the Mana Sword, which basically maximizes your damage in a regular casual playthrough. If Flammy is getting wrecked, I don't see Flammy anywhere. Oh, you mean Flammy is getting wrecked. I see. Alrighty. This thing has 9,990 HP. It can cast Lucent Beam whenever it wants to, without any tell beforehand. But don't worry. My allies are gonna attack eventually. Good job, Sprite. And with this, everybody, Merry Christmas, or something like that. I wish you all a happy new year, a good start into the next one. Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. There's more things to come this year. February I will be back at the latest, maybe a bit beforehand, for full-time streaming, if you'd like to see that. Come over on Twitch if you watch this on YouTube's. And I wish you a good start. Happy Halloween, everybody. But of course, for anybody who has missed a prediction, you can still bet on what it might be for the end. At the very end, if you have the end screen, so to speak, has a moon. It's either full moon, a crescent moon, or 2/3 of a moon. Which one it is random. Now technically, I say it's random, but if I were to load this same save file again and go to the credits and end screen again, it would be the same moon, the same star constellation, because the moon is based on the checksum of your save game. At least that's what I've been told, so it kinda makes sense that it would be this way, so welcome to the ending. Happy Easter. 2022 is gone. Oh, you know what? We need to do this next year, Yusuf. That's I didn't even think about that. What about Floop Moon? I think that one is reserved for the remake. Alrighty. Once again, my plans for basically this year are I wanna have a challenge video, like with commentary, with cuts, and basically just tell you the story of the Solo Cacti Challenge run of Chris' project that I did. If you don't know the game, don't worry about it, that would be covered as well. That's the plan, that's my first step. I'm gonna release that on YouTube, but there will also be a premiere Dux on there will be a premiere basically on Twitch where I'm gonna present it. I'm also going to try and stream the process of creating that video. So if you have experience in storytelling and or video editing or anything like that, while I'm doing that, I will probably kind of just be stumbling around, since honestly the main reason why I want to stream it is just so I finally get it done, because I've been starting these kinds of video challenge projects many times over, honestly, at this point, and I just want to at least get one out. So my goal is by mid-February, I want to have that thing done. And it's not gonna be perfect because I keep trying to make it perfect, which means it never gets released, so there's the catch. Alrighty, everybody. Aside from that, Secret of Mana is still my favorite game. And another goal that I will try to do, I cannot promise on how far I will get. I want to try and get back into speedrunning 1-player 2-controller for this game. If you don't know, the main speedrunning category is literally 1-player 2 controllers. And it's quite fascinating. See how far I can get. Maybe I lose motivation before I de-rust. Maybe I'll be able to go on for quite a while. We'll see. I promise to try, I can't promise that it will stick. Aside from that, if you have never seen Tales of Fantasia or Terranigma, those are both games with really fascinating stories that I occasionally like to play through and just tell you the story along the way. We'll try to get back to these as well. And there's of course also games that I haven't played yet that people are always surprised by, like Final Fantasy VII, that I want to do a casual playthrough of. And we'll see. More stuff to come. Now, if you would like to see more things on the stream, feel free to make suggestions, but also, that is kind of a personal request of mine that is really weird for me to make. But I think it's kind of important, I guess. If you like the stream, maybe suggest it to a friend or two to watch as well. or even the YouTube stuff. I try to upload highlights there, which, well, I usually do once a playthrough is done, so that's that. Oh yeah. You've been trying to play Terranigma for a while, but you always feel demotivated to do so. Any encouragements? Oh, that's kind of a tricky one. Terranigma, honestly, one of my highlights for that game is the combat and movement and just general movement system. It's just really fun to play with, like it just feels nice to play. And the story is really weird, convoluted, and has a few loose ends, but at the same time, it becomes more fun the more you play. But I'm not sure how to, well, whether that's particularly motivating. I don't know. Maybe. Watching this just makes you realize how crappy that ending turns out for the lady. I mean, it's fine, they'll just have a reunion later, right? Probably. See, the sprite was nodding. And Happy New Year, or Grumpy New Year, for 2/3 of a moon. In this case, I was right, it was a bit of a crummy run. For reference, this was the previous run, right here, with 20 hours and 15 minutes, just ending all of this that we did in 27 and some change this day. Alrighty, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and, well, hopefully until next time. Take care, have a good night, and if you invite a friend or two to the stream, I would be quite happy about that. Bye bye.